Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Wolf Millionaire. Just dusting my cobwebs off my mic stand here. Cards are about to be in the air. Good afternoon on this Monday. And welcome to the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. It's your boy, your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan, back in the booth. Dealer, shuffle up and deals. Looks like we are six-handed here. We got massive numbers for the Wolf Millionaire. The winner of this one is going to win €143,000. Greetings if you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Hello to the Action Army. Did you miss me? Excited to be back in the booth once again. 25 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 3,257. This is a €350 buy-in. And I am excited to see how this action is going to unfold throughout the day. Play has commenced. Small blind is 125k. Big blind is 250k. Quarter of a mil and $250,000 running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Let's go. Johan, the main man, and Bird flying by to say hi. What's up, lads, in the chat? Can you hear me loud and clear? Ace-9 going all in from the small. Takes down the blinds and antes, which are crucial at this late stage. Let's just see who we've got in the field here at our feature. We have Bali 4-2 with 43 bigs. Christian Jaeger with 31. Martin Georgiev with 23. Ben Horowitz with 13. Donan taking down the blinds and antes. Played about 13 big blinds now. And Neyman Boganmi with 10 big blinds is your shortest stack at this feature. Green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k each, and the pink chips that are not yet in play, them big biscuits, are $500,000 a pop. Nice to see the Wolf Millionaire back at the King's Resort in Rosvedov in the Czech Republic. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching on this Monday, midsummer. Getting close to the summer solstice. Have that on in a couple of days. Lots of sunlight. Ben is going to go for the min and take that one down. Off that stack size, he could have elected to just shove, but I think raising totally fine. Going to look stronger as a raise. Getting very close to that territory where he just wants to be shoving, but decided to go for a min. Takes it down. Those chips worth a lot of money. ICM a big consideration with 25 remaining. Richie 1965 says hi, Johan. Hello, Richie. Average stack is just over 20 bigs at the moment, but a lot of playability in this event. 1 hour blinds, I would imagine. We will be playing down to a winner tonight until we have crowned yet another champion. Like I said, this time to the tune of €143,000. And let's not forget about those 10k tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe that are always up for grabs. And wow, looks like There is 12 top 12 finishers in this going to get a 10k ticket to the WSOP that's taking place at this resort later on this year. It really is all to play for, and the pressure is on. Some players will have played for this kind of money before, and some will have not. It is only a €350 buy-in. That's the beauty of playing at Kings. You can win so much money from such a small buy-in. Not the 350 is the smallest of buy-ins, but it's still under that 500 range. So with 25 players remaining starting today, minimum payout is €3,625. The WSOP will take place from October the 4th to October the 10th. That's the main event, and before that we've got at least 14 more bracelet events. I think it was 15 last year. Hope yous are all starting to watch the Euros as well, I'd imagine. There's madness going on around Germany. And the surrounding areas, of course. How big's for Donan in the hijack. Could just shove this one. It is a really good hand to shove with the suited one gapper. He's going to go for a raise to 525. I'd probably prefer a raise than a shove. Christian, a bit of a strange spot here because his opponent is raising into hijack off 12 big blinds. Will look quite strong. A lot of hands would just jam, try to steal the blinds and antes. So he probably is going to play this one cautiously and does go for just a call here in the cutoff with the King Jack suited. Now, Martin has a really nice hand to put a stop to this nonsense. He should just shove here. He's got exactly 20 bigs. He's got to believe that Christian is going to be dead money unless he is in a lot of trouble, and he blocks hands like aces, jacks, although jacks would most likely 3-bet pre-flop. So I would prefer to see Martin just shove than call, but he does go for the call of 525, especially when we are unsuited there. If we're suited, we could just call on the button, but with the unsuited combo, it's just going to play better as a jam. It looks like we could have four-way action to the flop here because Naman going to call for 275. We're getting four-way action. $2.5 million almost in the pot already as we see the flop, which is good for 10 bigs already out there. King Jack 3 is the flop, top 2 for Christian. We've got action because Martin isn't going to be going anywhere with the ace of spades. The ace of spades. Any Motorhead fans out there? I was about to say AC/DC and I would have got the wrong band. I would have looked like quite the fool. And it wouldn't be for the first time on stream or even the first time this hour. It is Motorhead with ace of spades, of course. So Christian wants to put in a hefty enough bet here of the guts of $1 million. Sounds good to me. 850, something like that. 875 goes for 675. She might have bet a little bit bigger into 3 players with top 2. Martin just going for it. Actually, might have just called for 675 here if I'm Martin, because it's unlikely we're going to be ripping with the nuts. But his hand is going to be good enough to get it in anyway. Either or. Martin does get it in, and look at the size of this pot, 11.425 mil. Exciting action. Getting us started here at the Wolf Millionaire. And it's basically a post-flop coin flip. There is the 5 of clubs. Christian looking hot now, 69% equity as we hit the river, but he still has 11 outs to dodge. The 7 of diamonds does not improve Martin. Christian wins a sizable pot, now playing 54 bigs. We lose a player. His t-shirt saying it all. Game over. Stratos is in the house, says hello everyone, hope all have been doing well. Not doing too bad, Stratos, nice to have you with us. Hope you are healthy and are planning planning your next big trip abroad. Usually what you're doing, minding your health and planning your next trip to Manila or Thailand or wherever it may be. Richie says it's his poker dream to go and play at Kings. Wow. Well, I hope you make that dream a reality. 24 players remaining now. And we have a pay jump from 3625 to 4,375 euro on the next elimination. So quite a difference there, folks. Lots of a grand between 24th and 23rd. And they're only 12 eliminations away from securing that ticket. So we expect to see this some form of a bubble play go on for quite some time, especially when there's 12 tickets available and just 24 remaining. Look, they've already battled through an entry field size of 3,250. About 3,200 plus. And so much play to go. Stratos says, being doing well health-wise. Next trip I leave for Vegas to play in the World Series of Poker Seniors event. Love to hear that, Stratos, and I wish you the very best of luck. I'm just going to call this guy Bali, because Bali 4-2. It's just a bit of a mouthful. He does shove on the big blind with the ace-9. Standard stuff. He takes it down. So I believe they will balance out the tables, and we'll have 3 tables of 8. Looks like they had 4 tables of 6 or 5 tables. Well, it would have been 6-handed when we started, but I believe we will be getting another player or 2, and that'll even out the score. Stratos says 2 questions. When is the World Series of Poker Europe, and where is it played at? It is going to be played King's Resort in Rosvedov. No better place in Europe, of course, to host such a prestigious event. And I can get the exact dates for you. All I have to do is Google that. From September the 18th till October the 9th, it is returning, and we will have 15 bracelet events yet again. Everything from €350 buy-in all the way up to 10k and a 25k GG millions. That's a hot and spicy event. There's the 50k, no limit, 10k, and then what I love about this series is you've got a 1k turbo freeze out, you've got a 550 no limit hold'em, you've got a 350 with 1 million guaranteed, quite like the tournament you're watching now, the Wolf Millionaire. You've got pot limit Omaha, a couple of variations there, a 2k, a 5k. There's even an 8-game mix with a 2k buy-in. So there's something for everyone in the audience. And it attracts such massive numbers last year. 2023 World Series of Poker Europe main event champion, of course, was none other than Max Neugebauer. He played fantastic. I loved his last call of the night. Spoiler alert. Called the guy down for all his money for the title. And there is one of the new players at the table, Ram Ali, with ace, jack, and 7 big blinds. In she goes. All in the fella, 1.825 mil. Just take down the blinds and antes. Stratus wants to know if the Olympics might cause less or more people playing in the events this year for the WSOP. I think the numbers are just going to be huge regardless, but I do understand your concern. We have one more elimination, 23 players remaining now, and that means the pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed €4,375, one step closer to that ticket. And of course, the Wolf Millionaire final table. I was going to do some form of a howling wolf, but I don't want to lose some viewers. The viewership climbing Nearly double now since we started. And once again, hello to everyone tuning in on YouTube also. Yeah, the Olympics will be over before the WSOP starts. And poker players are going to play poker, so I wouldn't be worrying about it too much. As Bird says, enough time to run a marathon. Yeah, I won't be running any marathons anytime soon. Jakob has a mandatory shove here for 7 bigs with Queen Jack off suit in the small. Let's see what nationalities are being represented so far at this feature table. We've got Germany, Bulgaria, Israel, France, and Italy and the Czech Republic have joined us. And the Queen Jack offsuit's going to take that one down. So I suppose, guys, let's talk about it. Who do you see winning the Euros this year? Always going to be difficult to bet against Germany, especially when they are the hosts. I did see some big bets going on Spain. Richie says, my country, the Netherlands. Yeah, you've got some of the best fans in the world. I say some of because I'm from Ireland, and well, you know what Irish fans are like. But if your viewership and strength of the Netherlands as fans is anything to go by in the poker realm, then I presume it's exponential in the soccer industry. Arturo just going to give a walk with the 8-3 suited. Honestly, into Ben there, Ben playing less than 15 bigs. He could have just called in the small, occasionally using the 8-3 suited as a raise, just trying to take down the blinds and antes. Not the biggest fan of straight up folding there. I know it's just 8-3, but we are suited, and the times where we get to see a flop for free, good things can happen. I'm all for folding the unsuited variety of 8-3, but when it's suited there, maybe just limp. If you know your opponent and he's going to be shoving on you a lot, then why not just let it go? Naman shoving with the ace-9, suited for 1.675 mil. Yes, Richie, I did see there was an incident on the news. I don't really want to talk about religion, the news, or politics on this channel as much as possible anyway. It's a nice escape from it all. But I do know what you're talking about there. It did look a bit grim. Guys, if you like what you see and you're new to this channel, I love those midnight blue graphics. They're some of my favorite graphics I've ever seen on this channel. Just so vibrant in color. Speaking of vibrant in color, we have a merchandise store on our website where you can buy the ever popular poker face collection, where there's a mask sewn into the hood. You see everyone wearing it these days. We've got t-shirts and loads of other apparel just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Find out more information. Ace-9 suited, going to take that one down. Richie says, nice colour indeed, just like the colour of my car. Yeah, you would think me being from Ireland, I would pick green as my favourite colour, but I'm a sucker for that midnight blue. There's no pay jump to worry about now for a couple of spots. I see some pink chips in play. Johan right on time saying pink chipper. They are worth 500k a pop, so just bear that in mind. Bally is getting a shout out from Bo Naughty. $12 bigs on the button here, 7-6 suited. I might be tempted to just jam this one. The suited connectors. Yeah, I think it's just going to play best into the small and the big, who don't look to be too heavily stacked themselves. Perhaps Ali would have stacked off with ace-5. I guess we'll never know. Ali shoves, and Naman not going to be able to call with the queen-4 offsuit. We do have a couple of shorties that are going to have to make moves soon at this feature. Both the small and the big playing under 10 bigs here, and the button with 12. So that's 3 shorties to watch out for at this feature. Christian is the wolf at this table, 55 bigs. Bally in second place with 48 big blinds. Arturo with 23, Ben with 13, and then we've 5 shorties really, 13, 10, 10, 8, and 7. And yes, we are playing 1 hour blinds, but they will have to make moves soon, so I expect to see a lot of action at this feature. Having said all that, they are very close to the aforementioned 10k ticket. It just depends on what way it goes. Christian and Bally should be putting significant pressure on the rest of the table. Arturo in the middle of the pack is fairly comfortable for now. I mean, having 10 big blinds and 13 bigs here, you're pretty safe for the moment. Like I said, the structure is just so good. A couple of orbits and nothing going your way. Suddenly you find yourself with 5 or 6 bigs. And then you got to make a move. So rather sooner than later. As Richie says, he rallies always for the underdogs. A bit like myself, Richie. I love a scrappy underdog. A guy who comes, or a lady, comes back from nowhere. I've seen a few heroic stories unfold here at Kings over the last few years. People coming back from less than a big blind sometimes. So I like to rally for the underdogs also. Arturo in the hijack. So if he's got all these shorties behind him, he can raise call or alternatively just rip. If the effective stack behind him is 13 bigs, I'm all for shoving. I think our hand is actually nearly too good to shove. You could just raise call. With a weaker ace, I'd be more inclined to just jam. That was ace 6, ace 7, ace 8. And all the suited wheels are just jam. I jam all my suited connectors. But maybe when we get into the territory of ace 10 suited and ace jack offsuit, wants to be most likely just raise calling. And good man Arturo does do just that. He's going for a raise call, I presume. Ben with the same hand has to rejam this. Need to be doing very well against a hijack open. Wow, well, this just shows the power of the min. Getting a hand as strong as ace jack to fold. I think that's just far too tight. You can understand a hand like ace 8 offsuit, maybe even ace 9 offsuit, maybe even ace 10 offsuit, but ace jack. We're just beating too many combinations that open from the hijack. Arturo will take it down. Apocalypse is in the house, right on time. Says good afternoon, lads and lasses. An actual tournament stream with comms. We're here, we're live. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. And the jabber card is here for Bally in the small. Just going to shove into the big. Apocalypse says can't stay for long, but we'll be back later sometime. Going out to the beach soon. Must be nice, Apocalypse. Must be nice. Who have you got for the Euros, buddy? If you were a gambling man. Bally raised to 600k here on the button with ace-3 offsuit. Christian with jack-5 of clubs. 350 to call. Take my money, son. Let's see a flop. Does call. And off to the flop we go. 21 players remaining now, by the way. That means we're most likely going to have 3 tables of 7. Queen 10 8 is the flop. Good shot, straight draw for Christian. Backdoor flush draw. Bally is still going to bet here. I would have expected to see him check back on this board. He's going for the more aggressive option. Bally bets 450 and Christian calling. The turn is in for Christian. He's got the straight. Christian is going to lead here for 675, and I'm not a fan of this. If Bally is bluffing, I want to give him the opportunity to continue. Hard enough to make a straight, and when we do, we want to try to get paid. He's trying to get paid by a hand or get value from a pair, 2 pair, flush draw. So he's going for some form of protection, but I just feel since our opponent has bet the flop, let him do the work for us on the turn. If he checks back, then of course go for a bet on the river, depending on the river card. They are going to balance tables. 3 tables of 7. And with 21 players remaining, that means a pay jump is on the horizon from €4,375 to €5,175. So big jump here on the next elimination. What? Apocalypse dropping some news here for the fans. The Action Army on Twitch says he's currently in the Shetland Islands with his new fiance. Hubba. Sounds hot and spicy, Apocalypse. Thanks for dropping that news, and I wish you the best of luck. Thrilled to hear that one. Kevin, good morning from Miami. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Well, I'd be having a more fantastic day now if I was on a beach in Miami, but nice to have you with us all the same, Kevin. I bet it's hot over there. As Apocalypse says, would I like an update on what I last told you? Well, I was making it out like you told me nothing. But you go ahead and tell the chat your news there. I'll get back to you in a moment. Bally raised the 500k in the cutoff. King 10 off suit, and Ace 8 is going to stack off from the button. Standard stuff so far. Christian with a very suited, pretty hand. Queen Jack, but facing an open and a jam, even though it is only for 5 bigs. I think it's just going to price Christian out. But he feels like he has so much chips, he can just call here comfortably and go multi-way to the flop. Now Bali has to decide, does he want to see a flop in position for this price? And take my money, son. Calls the 750. So three-way action to the flop here now. Queen, Jack, King 10, Ace 8. Dunan, the at-risk player, but does have the best of it. Ten, 10, 3. Not anymore. Bali with trips. One diamond in it for Christian. Oh, turn gives Bali Quadzilla. Hard to beat quads. I think we just check again if we're Bali and try to get thin value on the river. It's unlikely Christian has a pair in his hand, although he will have a confined strong range when he overcalls like this from the small blind. Just try to get paid by an ace high type holding or a middle pair. And we're going to lose another player, and that pay jump is going to be reached. Can't beat quads. 20 players going to remain. And Weekend Concurrent says, OMG, Dan, I missed you. I missed you too, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Nice to have you with us. So Apocalypse has two pieces of news. Not only has he got engaged, he's going to be getting married on Saturday, the 10th of August. Congrats, mate. That happened very fast, and I wish you the best of luck. And Johan says daily quads. A summer wedding. You're going to get married at the tail end of the summer. Nice one. Kevin says it's hot, 93 Fahrenheit or 34 Celsius, perfect weather to watch poker. Oh, it's a bit too hot for my liking. Too hot, too spicy, hot. 6 bigs in the hijack, not going to be good enough for the King 3 to go all in, especially if it's unsuited. Christian raising to 550 with Queen 9 offsuit. That's going to be good enough to take down the blinds and antes. We've had one more elimination, so 19 players remaining now. Apocalypse says, in theory, it's 20 years in the making. We were at school together when I lived up there as a kid. We found each other again recently, are now getting ready for a Shetland wedding. I'm sure you have a few Shetland ponies lurking in the lobbies. Real Poker Fool says, congrats. And Johan says, no bridge, summer break for a month. Wow. What are you going to do without your bridge, Johan? Neyman with pocket 8, 6 bigs. Gotta go all in to stay alive. And he's going to get action from Ace Queen in the hijack. Ali probably deciding whether he wants to just call or click it back or move all in. I think all options seem fine. Actually, all in seems a bit too much if he's got some big stacks to worry about behind him. I can't see exactly who's behind him. Average stack shooting up to nearly 7 million, by the way. That's something to note, considering we've had a lot of eliminations in rapid succession. We do a ball in and call. Ali deciding just to call. I think that's probably his best option of the three. He's not going to get exploited too often just by calling, and if there's significant action behind him, he just let his hand go comfortably. There's a flip, nearly 4 million in the pot. Eight's looking good on that 4-4-3 flop. The 4-4-3 formation. Turn is the 8, and that seals the deal. Neyman will sit back down. Bally still playing 12.2 million. Big flip for the 8s to win. Now playing 15 big blinds. As Johan says, action man Dan bullying. I would never bully you, Johan. Only at the poker table, of course. But I gotta get my kicks while I can. We like to have fun over here. So we're not even live an hour, and we've had 6 eliminations already. I believe we will have a break when 16 remain. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8, so that's something to keep an eye on. Johan says blind levels are 60 minutes. Yeah, 1 hour blinds for the Wolf. The Wolf of the King's Resort. Who will be our Wolf Millionaire champion? We will find out in due course. Arturo just going to rip from the cutoff. Now, again, I can't see the exact stack size behind him, but they are the shorties at the table, so he's just going for it. I think Ace-Jack suited is just nearly too good of a hand. We want to raise call that one. Shoving. If they've all of 10 bigs behind, shoving totally fine. I would rather shove the Ace-10 offsuit and Ace-Jack offsuit maybe even. But Ace-Jack suited just seems so pretty to min and call it off. And if we see a flop, then so be it. Just taking down the blinds and add antes. Going to be his best course of action on this occasion. Ram Ali with ace king just wants to be shoving for 7 bigs. He's posturing because, alas, we do have another pay jump looming. But there is 19 players remaining. We don't have a pay jump until there's 17. 5175 is the current payout. Those just take down nines and antes. Amen. Raising to 550 on the button with King Queen off suit. And Christian is going to call Queen Jack of clubs. King Jack 9 is flop. Both players with a piece of the board. Amen. The best of it. At 600. Let's go bet in the call. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Interesting turn card, giving Christian a flush draw now also to go with his pair and straight draw. And that looks like a bet that's setting up a river jam. 1 million with 1.2 behind. And for my money, Christian just has too much equity. Probably just put it in. Nothing else to do here. Does put it in. And suddenly we have 7 million pot on our hands. 72% equity for the King Queen. Still has 11 outs to dodge of Christian as we hit the river. River is the 7 of hearts. Nice spot there for the king queen. Sit back down, buddy. Apocalypse says he's heading off. Good luck, Apocalypse. Talk to you later. Might see you later on tonight online. And if not, have a good week. Value with 46 bigs, Christian with 42, Neyman with 28, Arturo with 26, Ben with 10, and Ali with 10. That's how we're looking here. Six-handed, so perhaps we have 3 tables of 6. That would mean we'd be only 2 eliminations away from the redraw. Perhaps we're just balancing tables once again. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, it's the final day of the €350 Wolf Millionaire Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hold around to Christian with Jack 7 off suiting the small. And he will take that one down. Spurs says he misses his weekly home game. He wanted to be ran twice there. The King Queen against the Queen Jack on the turn. No bird, no cash game. This is tournament. I won't million. It says he's missing his home game last week. Didn't have enough players. Weather, holiday trips, football championship. Live is so boring without poker. Yes. Sometimes we have to realize that poker is life, but there is a whole life outside of poker that can get in the way. Arturo in the small is just going to rip on Ben. We still have 19 players remaining. So 2 tables of 6 and 1 table of 7, it looks like. Remember now, 19 remaining. We are 7 eliminations away from everyone guaranteed that ticket. So I expect to see they slow down considerably as we get closer and closer to 12 players remaining. Ben just needs to shove this one with ace 2 suited in the small. And they're both playing identical stacks here. Ram Ali won't be calling with 10 deuce suited. The Brunson RAP Doyle. I do believe that Doyle was the offsuit combination of 10-2, but a shout out to Doyle nonetheless. And Pamu says, good afternoon, nice tournament again. Nice to have you with us, Pamu. BYC says hello, everyone. Hello, BYC. Christian with ace queen off suit for the min raise. So Christian min raising from the hijack is going to be good enough to take down the blinds and antes. Look how big the blinds and antes are now. Every time you can successfully take them down, uncontested, adding 750k to your stack. It's huge at this late stage. We do have 18 players remaining now. 2 eliminations away from redraw. Arturo raising to 625 in the hijack with ace jack off suit. Arturo takes it down. Do that a couple of times, folks. You're adding millions to your stack. Do that 4 times successfully, and that's a 10 big blind stack you've accumulated. That'd be the easiest way to put it to average stack Still close to 25 big blinds as 18 remain. A jump incoming from €5,175 to €5,975, and we are just 6 eliminations away from the 10K ticket being secured for all remaining players. Christian with a monster here in the big blind. Wants the 3-bet to about 2 million. Does go for 2 mil. Like Bally's open to 725 initially from the small, applying the pressure to the big. He's got his answer now. Ali, another opportunity to shove here with the A7 offsuit. Quick in Concurrent says, does that also work on blackjack? Then I'm going to quickly deposit my life savings. Very clever. No, I don't think it works with the BJ tables, Concurrent. I actually happened to tune in momentarily last night, and I seen you were looking for me. You tuned out. So nice to have you with us today. I'm back, baby. Not sad you were back, by the way. Just sad it doesn't work. You were sad when I wasn't around yet. Yeah, I don't think it works on blackjack or roulette. But hey, God loves a trier. Christian in the small here, 10-6 offsuit. Just wants to complete his option here the majority of the time. He does call Arturo Queen 5 of hearts. Just knuckle the table and we'll see a flop. Unless he wants to apply the pressure pre. Christian going to check on the Queen 9-5 two pair for Arturo. Actually, would have maybe liked to see a C bet there, or just a lead from Christian. Backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Just flick in a bet of about 350, 400. Block the continuing range that Christian could have, considering we have a 10 ourselves. Arturo will show the goods, takes it down. Concurrent says, I just watch. Unless I need to sleep under the bridge next week, I guess. That's okay to have a friendly punt every now and again, but don't want to be attached to the BJ tables. Kevin says it says top 12 gets a 10K World Series of Poker Europe ticket. Why such an odd buy-in amount? I think 350 is the reg fee, and 10K is the buy-in. It's not really that odd of a buy-in amount. Southside Ronnie just said he just won his first ring in Canada. Nice one, man. Burn says, I was sad when you were not here. Able sound is not the same without your voiceover. Thank you very much for your comment. So Ronnie says, thanks, mate. Well, how much did you win? No problem, guy. I'll be your buddy, friend. Ali will take down with the jack and the diamonds. Outside Ronnie down a ring and 30,000 Canadian dollars. Wow. What an awesome score. Congrats. Great way to start the week. Don't spend it all in one shot. Most star in the house wants the payout. There you go, buddy. Damon raising to 625 with King Jack of clubs. Paddy with Queens, the hijack. He's got the ladies. Wants to three bet this one. Doesn't need to make it too big considering Neyman only paying 20 odd bigs to start the hand. So make it like 1.6 million here. 1.7, something around that area. He goes for three bet 1.9. And Neyman going to be forced to let this go for this price. It's just going to look so strong. Probably 3 betting and under the gun open off this stack depth. Ali with pocket 10s. Just 3 bigs. Nice hand to pick up when you're so short. And the 10-8 offsuit going to be priced in here for 800k more. Less than 4 bigs. We've already got our big blind invested and our big blind ante. So we already have 600k out there. It's 800k to call. Jack 9 deuce is the flop. Turn is the ace of diamonds. 7 outs to dodge for the 10s. River is the 6 of spades. Ali with a crucial double up to 8 bigs. Going over to hug his friend. Kevin says, have a great rest of your day, everyone. Nice one for dropping by, Kevin. Have a good day yourself. Bye-bye. Arturo on the hijack, 26 bigs, queen jack off suit. Hands like this, if our opponents are 13 bigs or less, I'll probably just open rip. It looks like all players behind him had sub 10 bigs. I can't see how much the big blind it has, but we'll find out in a moment. Ah, yes. You can see that's why he's not ripping. Bally in the big. Bally 4-2. It all makes sense now. Playing just shy of 40 bigs to start the hand. 7-5 off suit. 325 to see a flop. And he will call. Arturo will take that one down with a bet with second pair. Bally completes with 10-7 off suit, and Christian will check his option with 9-6. King 10 deuce and Bally second pair. He will bet 350. About 350. Christian will release. Ben's going to shove for his last 6 bigs. Queen 10 off suit. And the Cowboys, 2 black kings here in the cutoff from Naaman. What a time to pick these up, eh? We do have an all-in and a rejam from the cutoff. We could be about to lose another player. Ben's at risk, 15% equity. Jack 5-4 is the flop, 2 hearts. And is the Jack of clubs. And that's going to do it. We lose another player. And my information has told me there has been a bust out on an outer table, and that means, folks, there are 16 players remaining, and that means we are going on a 20-minute break. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. All players are guaranteed a minimum of €5,975, and we are just 4 eliminations away from that 10k ticket. So it is going to be squeaky bum time when we get back after the break. I hope you're enjoying the show. I will see you all in a few moments.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
€400,000 pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000k or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10k buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get 1 still water and 1 sparkling water,
Early.
please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
Nuts. In river I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off
In the river nuts.
on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Таня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sarah saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuff in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing
I
in.
remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez
I
after
can
that one too.
imagine.
That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, you don't,
I don't like
you don't, you don't
Yeah,
like it too much.
I like him.
No stress.
No, no, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and
No,
king
no
queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was
GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here
No more possible.
has
Only,
2 casualties in short order
Mm.
here at the feature.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbau's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere, 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs, getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9 and 9, 4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Use that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
So forgiving.
can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy's just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
220.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular, given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio, obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack, Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
Take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-to-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace queen in the spot as played.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially.
He might
Get a
think,
fold?
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he
Yeah.
does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was
taking
given
these
a good
flops.
price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
Club. Followed by 2
here we go.
clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He
just
pretty
want-
much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with
Right.
2 overs
If it's-
and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
If you're
9s,
up against,
10s.
yes,
not-
counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth. Nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down, even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks. 16 players remaining in the Wolf Millionaire final day. Vladislav on the button here, min raising with ace-9 offsuit. We've got a a new lineup for the viewers at home. Vladislav with 45 bigs is your chip leader, and David Kozma with 36 bigs in second place, and Arturo with 28, and Selek Bugan with 23, and then Dimitri with 23 big blinds also, and Ilos Rossi with 14 bigs. King Khan with 12, and your shortest stack at this feature table is Aram Ali with 8 big blinds. Blinds are still 150, 300, 300. If you were just tuning in, you're watching all this take place all under one roof. It's the King's Resort live from Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. And my name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit for the duration of this event. And we will be crowning a champion in the later hours of tonight to the tune of €143,000. 16 players remain, 4 eliminations away from all remaining players, guaranteeing a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe for themselves. So the pressure is on. You could cut the tension with a knife. The shorter stacks really do have to get something going. The bigger stacks should be using that to their advantage and pounding on their opposition. Let's go. Average stack 8.142 mil. Creeping towards 30 big blinds, so a lot of play involved in this one. 1 hour blinds. Current payout just shy of €6,000. Vladislav in the cutoff going to min raise at ace-5 of spades. As Weekend Concurrent says, you are the real champion. I am a scoop champion, Concurrent, so I have got champion status. I have a couple of real results to my name, all right, back in my heyday. So I know what it takes to become great. They're great. Has anyone in the chat seen the new episode of South Park? I thought it was fantastic. Highly recommend it. And we've got action here. Both players with a flush draw. Enough flush draw against second. Enough flush draw on Queen 6 deuce. Cut off against the big blind. Wants to bet about quarter pot. Just go for just about a quarter. And Bugan is going to call 2.5 million in this pot now as we see the turn. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Gives additional equity to Vladislav in the form of a straight draw. Now, if I'm betting in Vladislav's shoes, I'm going to size up and not size down. I'm going to bet somewhere around 1.6 million, 1.8 million, really setting up a river jam. $1.6 seems sexy to me. Sets up a 4 million river jam. Goes for 1.8. The river is the 7 of clubs. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. And look at this. Bugan knows he can't win by checking. He's going to turn his hand into a bluff. He's going to bet 1.8 mil. I wasn't expecting to see this, but it does kind of make sense. Now, Bugan's not going to get a queen to fold, but he might get a mid pair to fire 2 barrels. Or a hand like ace-5 of spades. That was a pretty creative bluff there from the big blind. And a nice way to win that pot. Feint B choosing the exact same sizings as myself. Good man, Feint B. Nice to have you with us. Always like breaking down hands with you. You've got some great intellect. Also thought a donk jam would be sexy. I did think a donk jam would be sexy. I just didn't think it would be executed to perfection, really. Maybe even the sizing a little bit too big. But hey, he put in nearly half of his stack on the river, got the job done, and wins a nice pot, putting himself into 3rd place with 33 big blinds. Vladislav, someone saying that is Vladislav. I don't know. There's a few Vladislavs. We have seen Vladislav Poribny before. I probably butchered that surname. But yes, he is a face we have seen before at the feature, so well spotted there by Concurrent. And Bugan is just going to complete his option with the Queen 6 offsuit in the small blind, and King Can. Sounds a lot like King Kong, but not spelt the same. Is just going to check his option here in the big blind, and I really don't like this with deuces. We've got a pair. We've just got the small blind to get through. Once he's completed, it weakens his range considerably, and we just have a no-brainer jam, in my opinion, with a small pocket pair. So checking, like, what are we hoping for? almost all of the time we're going to be faced with 3 overcards, and then we're in a world of hurt. The opportunity to take back our big blind ante, and steal the big blind from our opponent. That's just too much juice loose not to try to take it down pre. So in my opinion, it's actually a considerably large mistake from King Khan. If we are getting trapped by Bugan, then so be it. So look, Bugan betting 350 on the Queen 6, and now we're just going to be forced to let the deuces go. Quack, quack, no little ducky. Just don't want to be trapping pre with deuces, is the moral of the story here. Just 11 bigs total, including his big blind and his big blind ante. Just want to shove that one pre and take it down. Sometimes we will get called and then we're in a coin flip situation, not the end of the world. But when we check our option, so rare, we're going to see something we like. And the Queen 6 could have just shoved pre. I actually think it's totally fine to just shove 10 bigs, blind v blind, with a hand like Queen 6 offsuit. Especially when we are the covering stack. Frank B says, King Jack suited, I would open 13 big blinds. What do you think? I think you could open hands like King Jack. I'm not surprised to see it go in the muck. You could just jam there as well, Feint. If it's suited, I prefer a jam. I've done some work on this. Not so much from early position, but these later positions. The suited broadways just play so well as jams, where I thought they'd more playability to raise, hopefully see a flop. I think once we get around, hover around 13 bigs, Faint B, I just take the min raising out of my. I don't want to say, I don't want to be giving away my game. I would prefer to jam against certain opponents and min raise against others, is what I would say overall. If the players behind are pretty tight. Also, we had a situation, I think it was before you tuned in, but there was put off or a hijack with 3 short stacks behind. I think there were sub 10 bigs. Just wants to start ripping them ones. I think he had a hand like Ace Jack a couple of times. Once it was suited, once it was offsuit, and you could just ram them hands. But I actually think there's a merit to raise calling. You could shove all your other Ace X hands all the way up to Ace 10. But I think Ace Jack plus, you just want to be raise calling. Just such a strong hand. There is a lot of tight players at the moment. Faint B. You've got to remember what's at stake here. ICM. is at its strongest, coming in around 14, 13 players remaining, considering 12 will all get a 10k ticket, 13 will not. And Vladislav 3-betting to 1.2 million, just essentially clicking it back against Irlos Rossi. Selleck with the sixes is going to overcall. Really don't like this overcall with the sixes. Vladislav tends to have an extremely strong hand. Three betting an under the gun razor, essentially just clicking it back. So I think sixes just has to go in the muck here. Does feel like he wants to see a flop for 4 bigs. Understandable, but not so much when Rossi only has 13 bigs to start the hand. And now Rossi is getting unbelievable odds to see the flop here with ace-10 suited. But still absolutely hates it for 550 more. I think you got to see a flop 550 into 3.8. When he calls here, he can't really have the top of his range unless it's aces. And even aces wants to get it in this spot because you don't want to let a flop come off that your opponent hates. And king 10-5 is the flop. And what do you even do here if you're Rossi and you get a 10 high board? Like Vladislav has to have such a strong hand, the 3-betting under the gun open. It's almost never going to be a bluff. I don't like to use the word never on stream, but that's how it feels like to me. Just the description I can give, considering he's got aces here. I think maybe in the chat you want to discuss this or argue it. Like what whooping hands does Vladislav have here pre when he clicks it to 1.2 million? Now, maybe against an aggressive opener from early position off sub 15 bigs, you can make an argument for clicking it back to take control of the pot with a hand like king queen suited, maybe king jack offsuit occasionally, but it is few and far between. Even if he has a hand like ace king or ace queen, he wants to make it more than just a min. I don't think he should be 3-betting. It's just not a thing to 3-bet to that size. Pretty much has to be aces. For my money, it's a dead giveaway, making it 1.2 mil there. But if we are going to do that, we really have to find some hand that we're using as a bluff or a semi-bluff, whatever you want to call it. So I'd like to see what Faint B, my main man for the strategy of the day, thinks about that. He says aces or kings only. Okay. Yeah, that's my sentiments exactly there, Faint B. It's got to be kings or aces. But if it's got to be kings or aces, then why don't we do it with a hand that's not kings or aces? That is the question. And now I'm just folding my hand if I'm Rossi. I don't even know if I would stack off on an ace-high board or an ace-high flop. Obviously, we're hoping for a combo draw. If there was no king on that board and it was 10, 8, 5, are we just getting it in with our ace 10? It seems sad, man. Bambolero. I like the name. He says bad flop, just fold it, bro. Yeah, he gets away from it and does. You could make an argument for just ripping pre there with ace 10 suited would be totally fine in my opinion. Kind of like that he went for a min raise and then obviously has to call 550 into 3.8 million pre. Quick maths would indicate you got to call with any two. Name B says the same thing I said. I would fold. I would only get it in with a flush draw or something like that. Yeah, or like a combo draw. Straight draw, flush draw. Backdoor, straight flush draw. Gugan raising to 650 here in the hijack, king 10 offsuit, and Ali in the small. I think I just rejam if I'm in Ali's shoes. Yes, we only have queen jack offsuit, but we've got 5 bigs, and it seems like a pretty decent hand to gamble with. Granted, we have no fold equity. Against the hijack open, I think I'm stacking off here. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. I'm liking how interactive you are today, discussing hands, etc. Great to see it. Every day is a learning day, and class is certainly in session. And another one will take down the blinds and antes. Feint says I'm jamming as well. What are we waiting for? And says I wouldn't open king 10 off, but maybe I'm too nitty. I think we can afford to. I think you're making a mistake there, Feint, by not opening king 10 offsuit. You've got the blocker. And you can put pressure on the shorties. And it also looks stronger because you are raising into a stack that you have to call off against. Mal Gadsby coming along to say hello. Says afternoon, Dan, and all. Great stream. Yeah, this is a fun one. It's a middle of the range buy-in. $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. All these tickets up for grabs, and it's set to be a very exciting final table. It's not going to be as exciting here at 16 left and 12 tickets. Players have to be so careful. And that's why maybe I actually take back stacking off with the queen jack previous hand. I just feel the 5 bigs, though, might be our best option. But having said that, we could just fold, and we've got a full orbit before the blinds hit us again. Feint B says agree, actually, I remember it. And you see, Feint, we could fold a hand like king 9 offsuit, but king 10, we have a 10 as a blocker as well. We block our opponents having hands like jack 10, queen 10, ace 10. That's quite important also. So we've got nearly have 2 blockers with your king 10. And sometimes the big blind can call. and it comes 10 high, and then we've got a great kicker because our opponent would rejam or stack off or do something pre with the ace 10. So we can see a lot of nice boards. Plus, have I mentioned there's 12 tickets up for grabs for 10k, so players are just going to be cagey and more cautious than normal. So we can widen our opening range, and King 10 is more than willing to fit that category for us. And King can go for a raise to 650 here with pocket fives. Wants to just be shoving that one sub 10 bigs. These small pockets going to play way better as a jam than a raise off this stack depth. Having said that, it will look very strong to the rest of the table that he is choosing to raise and not jam off such a small stack to start the hand. And even Ali in a tough spot here with ace 10 because it looks so strong of an open from the king. Wouldn't be shocked to see Ali fold a hand as strong as ace 10 here given the action. Again, because Khan is raising off sub 10 bigs. And we did see some ace jacks going into the muck facing an open earlier. So let's see what Ali does here with 5 bigs. There you go, folks. Giving all the credit in the world to Khan, folding the ace 10. And there's a hand that won't be going into the muck. Ace King suited. WSOP does 3-bet to 2.6 mil. And Can now knows that the jig is up. Unless he feels like stacking off with fives. And even if there wasn't tickets involved, stacking off with fives with 16 left in such a big event like this would be no bueno. But he really just has to put them in the muck now with all those tickets up for grabs. There is a huge pay jump of €825 between 16th and 15th place. As Bambolero says, low pockets play better as a shove, you said. They sure do. Nice to know someone's listening to me out there, Bambolero. Very good. You get a sunshine sticker on your first day in class. The blinds are now up 200, 400, 400. That's 200 small blind, 400 big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. 244. Vladislav is your chip leader, and Seluk Bugan is in second place, closely followed by David Kozma, then Arturo Dimitri with 21 bigs and 15, and then we've got three very short stacks, 6, 5, and 4 big blinds for Eros, Khan, and Ali. This blind increase is going to put even more significant pressure on the shorties. Goes without saying. The bigger stacks will be using that to their advantage and be pouncing on these sub 10 big blind stacks. Arturo getting a walk. Bambolero says, I got you, bro. Nice one. Saint B says, please don't fold. Zetar says, I will get the Kings in 2 weeks from now for the first time. Can't wait to lose everything I own in PLO. And Saint B agrees with me. 5 big blind is a no-brainer. Queen Jack all in for me. Yeah, I just think we're flip against all the small pairs. We can even be ahead sometimes, although it's rare enough. There are some combinations that we dominate, and if we're against hands like all the ace-x combos, etc., we're going to do pretty well. I think it's a great opportunity for us to double up and put ourselves back in contention. We only have 5 big blinds. Yes, there are 10 or 12 tickets up for grabs worth 10k each, but we're still 4 eliminations away. We've got a lot of orbits to come. Therefore, I agree with Faint B that we should go all in with the Queen Jack. Of course, we would prefer if it was suited, but c'est la vie. Han has to go all in here for 5 bigs. King 10 of diamonds. And let's not forget, guys, what's taking place at King's this week. We've got the King's 21st birthday, if I'm not mistaken, and that one is going to be huge. Lots of events there. I'd say the place will be hopping. So good luck to everyone that's over there for that. David Cosma is calling. With the ace 10 against the king 10 of King Can. And can he get there with just 23% equity, 5.3 million in the pot, 8-3 deuces the flop, 1 diamond. He needs a king of kings and he needs it quick. Turn does give him additional equity in the form of a diamond draw. Never easy. It ain't over till it's over. 7 outs as we hit the river, but it is the 8 of hearts. It didn't feel like it was going to come that time, but hey, I've been wrong many times about that. Poker gods will always have the final say. We lose another player, and that means 14 players remaining now. 2 tables of 7, and we are 2 eliminations away from the ticket bubble being burst. 6,800 euro is the current payout, and the next pay jump is to 7,655 euro. David Cosma, Moon raising in the cutoff of King Deuce of Diamonds. So he takes down the blinds and antes, which are now worth $1 million every time you can take them down uncontested. Speaking of 10, the average stack is creeping close to 10 million, 9.3 million currently. Getting closer to 25 bigs. Well, Rossi is going to be forced to shove this one. Decides to let it go. Yeah, with 5 bigs, just you're going to be posting your big blind ante the next hand. I feel like Queen 10 offsuit, although we are on a huge bubble approaching. Queen 10 off, just going to be a little bit too good for my liking, especially when we are playing 7-handed. Arturo putting the pressure on the cutoff, raising to 1.1 million with a real hand, ace jack. Offsuit, going for nearly full 3x sizing. You're going to see all players posturing here when there's the guts of €1,000 between 14th and 13th place. David min raising with Jack 9 of diamonds from early position. I say early position, we are 7-handed now, as I aforementioned. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it. And Rossi not going to entertain, defending with Jack 4 of hearts. Jack 9 of diamonds will take that one down, add a million chips. There's that. Look, Shoro says, how can you fold or offsuit? Yeah, gotta play the unsuited Robbie. Nice to have you with us. Look, Shoro. That is an important note there in the chat from the Nightbot. These are mostly amateurs sitting on a TV table and playing for the biggest cash in their whole life. Ali basically all in by default here on the button. He does have an ace 3 offsuit shoving for his last 750. And Ross, you 3 bigs is going to have to stack off here. Oh dear, I don't even know how much I like calling here with the ace 4, but we've got to remember we're not guaranteed a ticket by any stretch of the imagination. We only have 3 big blinds behind. We've just posted our big blind. We've just posted our big blind ante. We've just posted our small, and it's for less than 2 bigs. Puts his sleeves up, and guys, I hate it. It's for nearly half of our stack, but we've too much invested. It's an opportunity to eliminate a player and get within 1 more elimination of a 10k ticket. I think if I was a gambling man, you just got to go here. ICM might make me out to be a fool, but it is less than 2 bigs. Oh no. And Ali gets away with murder, but does get called by Vladislav, so it ain't over yet. Jack 6-5 is the flop. 6 for Vladislav. Turn is the queen of diamonds, and Ali now picks up 6 additional outs as we hit the river. There is the 8 of spades. We lose Ali in 14th place. and the ace-4, thinking of what it might have been. I think it would have been a chop pot, would it? Faint B would have stacked off with that ace-4 if I know Faint B. It is really close, guys. You've got to remember what's at stake here. Boom Shakalaka, which was the name of a great horse, says this would be a dream scenario for a good player in these large fields. The final table players are so bad at ICM pre-flop ranges. Yeah, I think that's fair. There was 3,257 entries, if someone's asking there in the chat. 13 remain. An unlucky number for some. But here is the brass tacks. All players remaining guaranteed €7,655, but we don't want to give you that. Well, it looks like there is no difference between 13th and 12th place, except there is the small matter of €10,350. This is your ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So we are on the ticket bubble. Let's go. Arturo raises to 825 with pocket eights. Vladislav in the small blind with the decision. The King Jack does get out of the way, understandable. Might have elected to see a flop with that much chips. Instead, it's David who calls with ace nine off suit. Flop is king, king four, goes check, check. And the turn is the deuce of clubs. Arturo checking again. Not wanting to have any issues here. He just checks all the way down. Surely has to get value on one of those streets. If I'm checking back the flop, I'm definitely betting that turn. I'm probably just going to bet very small on the flop to keep a king X in my range. I think that's just too tight to check flop, turn, and river. Average stack is now 10 million. Wood for 25 bigs. Saint B wanted to see 25% bet on the river. I agree. I'll probably just bet the flop. Draw to ATM says shower to me eyes. Hit the showers. Rossi in the cutoff. Three bigs. King nine off suit. Boom Shakalaka agrees with me. So I think it's a flop bet. Then check true if he calls. Rossi's got a stack off here in the cutoff for three bigs. So the hand as strong as King nine. Surely. Rossi is going to mull it over in his head. We have seen him make some tight folds. Understandable given the dynamic and the situation he finds himself in. For me, I feel like he's got too strong of a hand to not stack off here. Boom Shakalaka says, any ace, any king, let's go Rossi, get it in. Yes. Boom Shakalaka. Are you agree? Very tight fold there from the king nine. Doesn't want to beat a bubble boy. He does have a few more hands he can survive. Some good comments coming in the chat from Bambolero, Boom Shakalaka, and Faint Beat. I would have just stacked off with the ace four, and then we probably wouldn't have to worry about it as much with the king nine. That's it. You make an edge pass for 2 big blinds or less, and then suddenly you have to find yourself stack off with a lesser holding for 3 bigs. It honestly could be a good fold. It's just you don't know what's going on at the outer table if there's someone shorter than you. Ambolero says, can we know the smallest stack on the other table? No, we only have information about the feature table itself. Unless you were to jump up and run over to the table, and I believe that's illegal. Don't think it's illegal if you're not in a hand, but if you're in a hand, you got to remain in your seat. I mean, you can stand up, but you can't leave your seating area. He does get rewarded by picking up a monster. He looks happy about it. It just sucks when we don't stack off with that king nine and the blinds hit us with some random garbage. Word says he would have 6 big blinds left if he doubles up. Yes, maybe even a little bit of extra cheese on top. Depending on who calls him. He'd have like 8 bigs, including the blinds and antes. He has been in the tank for about 2.5 minutes. No one's really going to object, given what's at stake. Understandable if he wants to take his time. Bugan is going to call with 8-2 soft suit. This is sick that there is 34% equity for the 8 deuce against the ace king. Oh dear. 66-34, and it is 10-7-4. No 8 or deuce on that flop. Turn is the jack of hearts, and that gives a straight draw to Bugan. 9 outs to dodge as we hit the river for Rossi. Oh, it's the 9. Bugan hits the runner, and Rossi has been eliminated with ace king. And that was a bubble that could have went on for a while, but it has burst in record time. Sometimes we've had bubbles that have lasted up to about 2 hours when there's this many tickets involved, but it was not to be this time. Bubble is burst and game on. Got a feel for Rossi there with the ace king. The 8 deuce cracking. What can you do? Vladislav now 42 big blinds is your chip leader at the feature. David in second place with 34, Bugan with 28, Arturo with 24, and Demetrio with 12 big blinds is your shortest stack at this feature. We will get another player, and we will have 2 tables of 6 as we will play down to the final table. 3 eliminations to go. All players have locked up a 10k ticket for themselves and €7,655. Not bad for a Monday, but we don't want to give you that. Page I'm just going to get exponential from here on out. The winner going to take home €143,000. You've just burst the bubble for the ticket. You have accumulated the guts of €20,000. You're buzzing, adrenaline's running high. But there is so much more to play for. Frank B reckons he will be thinking about that ace-4 for a long time. Maybe he should be shoving that king-9 as well. I don't really know about the king-9, honestly. I just think the ace-4 he's got a call. King-9. If I'm stacking off with king-9, it's probably one of the lowest kings I'm going to stack off with. I just think it's going to be too good. It just depends what's happening at the outer table. Vladislav with the ace king on the queen 10-7, flop 2 hearts. David going to bet here 850, and Vladislav wants to go into check call mode. see a turn. Nine of diamonds hits the turn. River is the nine of spades after the turn goes check, check. Vlad just hoping to get the showdown. David just going to give up, and Vladislav will be happy to take that down, playing close to 20 million in chips now. Perno Draw has his 2 cents. He says, I think King 10 just plays way better in general, just because you can't hit the nuts straight with the 9, but can with the 10. If you get called either way, you are probably behind, but at least you put yourself in the situation to have the nuts. Yeah, that's good thinking. I was just going to say I'm definitely folding like King 7 off and King 8 off, and King 9 off, plus for 3 bigs in the cutoff. We might have fold equity. I mean, it didn't really appear so because there's guys calling with 8 deuce off suit, but occasionally, if you pick the right big blind, you can get it through. But I like your thoughts there. No pair, no draw. Pair no draw says situationally, of course, King 9 off for fold equity. King 10 suited is more of a value shove, again, depending. But we don't really want a value shove because we just don't want to get called, is the whole point. I'm going back and forward with it in my head, and I'm say if you put it into a calculator, it might just tell you to fold the King 9. I think that could be. Like, it's close either way. If you're shoving into the big stack, you're going to get called very light. If you're shoving into one of the smaller stacks, you might even have more fold equity, or you will have more fold equity against the shorter stack. Just makes sense. Vaz had 3 betting from the big blind, enough to put the meat trio all in, and to be honest with you, he should have just shoved himself. This is going to be a hand that's going to have too much equity. Just wants to shove for 10 bigs all day with King Queen offsuit on the button. Now he's put himself in this really dicey situation where he doesn't want to call off with just King High. His hand is just going to have so much equity. It's fine if he wants to just raise call with a hand as strong as King Queen, raise folding. If we're going to raise fold a hand like this one from the button, then why aren't we just shoving ourselves? don't want to be scared money in this spot, but it just seems like he has to call it off. But when the lights, camera, action are on you, your brain can be telling you a different story. And there is a pay jump of nearly €1,000 between 12th and 11th place. Is going to find a fold. Boom Shakalaka says, from the cutoff, King 9 off is a value shove. It has no fold equity, but you expect a big blind to get it in with any two, and King will be ahead. Yes, but we don't really want to be going into a 60-40 situation, Boom Shakalaka. I'm sure there's someone that could put it into an ICM calculator. You would have to put in all the 10K tickets as well and add it all up. And it would be important to know what was going on at the outer table. From earlier position, it's a clear fold. I agree with that as well. From the cutoff with three bigs with King 9 offsuit, I feel like it's just going to be too strong to put it in. But I have also said the opposite, that maybe it's King 10 offsuit plus. ICM is always going to tell you to be tighter than lighter. That's a good rule of thumb. Mingo says, is that a good fold with the King Queen? No. It's a disastrous fold. It's way too strong of a hand. We just want to be shoving from the button. We go into a coin flip situation, then say la vie. If we are going to min raise fold, we might as well just shove. Because we bets 400k with the Jack Deuce. Vladislav calls with the King Jack of clubs, and the turn is the 3 of diamonds. Flop. The board is Ace 8-3-3. Vlad is going to check second time. David looks like he's given up now. River is the Queen of diamonds. Every chip so important. David deciding he's just going to give up with his Jack high. It was a one and done situation. Didn't improve in the form of some backdoor equity to just keep barreling. Bad turn card, pairing the board, and decides to give it up. Vladislav wins another small pop, but they all are crucial at this late stage. Still 3 eliminations away from the final table. And looks like we could see a coin flip situation occur here. Demetrio surely not going to be in the mood to fold ace jack after folding his king queen a few moments ago. Bugan raising with the pocket nines. Now, although it does say under the gun, you've got to remember we are now 6 max essentially. 2 tables of 6 remaining. So under the gun is late position, and he is going to take his time. Seen ace jack go into the muck, facing a raise a couple of times already today. Surely he's just going to put his chips over the line. Of course, he's going to tank with so much money on the line between 12th and 11th place. The guts of €1,000 does decide to put it all in eventually. David seems to have overcalled here with pocket sevens, unless the graphics are telling a wrong story. If they're telling lies, there's been an under the gun open. Demetrio has shoved from the hijack, and David has overcalled in the small. And now, wow, guys, this pot getting out of control. Bugan now going to overcall. This looks incredibly strong from the pocket nines. And David's pocket sevens, the walking sticks should have been gone into the muck facing that kind of action. It's his walking stick on the flop, 7-10-3. Wow. Bugan doesn't know where he's at now with his pocket nines, facing one overcard. I would bet something small, like quarter pot here, 2 million even. Goes for 2 mil. So bet at 2 mil. David is going to call, and the turn card is the King of Hearts. 2 overcards to Bugan's pocket nines now. And Bugan decides to just bet all in. Don't like this from Bugan. This is a stutter step, to say the least. David snapping him off. This hand has gone out of control. There's 25.75 million in this pot. Demetrio is going to be gone in 12th place unless he hits a queen. Bugan is going to lose almost everything unless he hits a 9. David is looking sweet to scoop the booty and have a massive chip stack. The river is the essential blank, the deuce of diamonds. David is now going to be playing 25 million and change. We're going to lose Demetrio in 12th place. And pocket nines should have shoved pre. Can't be calling there, surely. What a whirlwind of a hand there. I just needed to take a moment. It's always coming 7 at a crucial time. I still feel like the pocket nines should be done with the hand pre or shove over the top. It's just too dicey of a situation when you get a bad flop. Having said all that, when he calls and sees a flop, it looks like he has a monster hand over calling like that. The 7s should have been out of there, and Demetrio should just lose a flip against the 9s. Instead, the 9s losing almost everything. Left with fumes, less than a big blind, 275 to be precise, all in by default with 4 deuce off suit. Such a big stack gone for the pocket nines. And he knows it. His face says it all. Looking away in dismay. Does have 2 live cards. Sorry, 1 live card to stay in this. Ace-Ace-5 is the flop. Not often you're going to be faced with a 4 deuce against the 6 deuce, blind v blind. You'd expect to have 2 live cards the majority of the time. Does hit a 4 on the turn. He could be back playing close to 2 bigs. Well, 1.5. The river is the 9. A painful reminder of what just happened with his pocket nines. And it looks like they're actually going to chop it up, so he's going to be... Did he have the best hand? Oh, sorry, he's got the pair. Of course he has the best hand. Someone put me off there. Boom, chakalaka, chop it up. Bird says maybe the concentration just went down after the bubble broke. I will say this about that pocket nines. That turn card, the king, when he jams, it'd be really difficult to call with a 10 there. Or a hand like jacks or queens. Even though jacks and queens should not be in the range. He can definitely get his opponent to fold a 10, but he shouldn't have too much 10x. I'm not defending the bluff. I'm just trying to analyze it from every angle. Pugan is all in again, this time 550. Christian calling for 150. 1.5 million in the pot. Queen 8-7 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Turn is the 10 of spades. And Bugan looking good for another double. Spin and win, my friend. He's now playing just under 4 big blinds. As Bird has declared a chip and a chair and a dream. We've seen it before, Bird. One more double up and he's back with a fighting chance. We love a scrappy underdog. The blinds have gone up. $250,000 is now the small blind. $500,000 is now the big blind with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. This will put even more pressure on the shorter stacks. The bigger stacks should be pounding on their opposition. And the 4-4-3 formation. Vladislav with king 6 of diamonds checks it back. Turn is the ace of diamonds, giving Vladislav the nut flush draw. Still has the best hand, of course. King 6 of diamonds will take that one down. Boom Shakalak says, I won a tournament after being down to 0.3 big blinds. The power of exponential growth. Love to hear it. Don J. Johnson said, I'd say it's practically impossible, but I've seen it happen more than a couple of times. Yeah, just... I call it the full entertainment package. But like I said, you do it, you take down those blinds and antes 4 times. That's a 10 big blind stack. David bet 750 with the 9-5 on the 3-6 deuce. Vladislav goes into check call mode. 3 million in deposit. We see the turn. Turn is the 9 of hearts. And David now with a pair to go with his straight draw. Proppest of pairs to be precise. And look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, folks. There are now 10 players remaining. We are on the final table bubble. So the current payout, folks, is €8,525. And there's the guts of £2,000 between 10th and 9th place. David is your chip leader, 27 million with 54 bigs. Vladislav 42 bigs in second place, and Christian then 30 bigs. Arturo 17, and Bugan your clear short stack at this feature with 10 players remaining. Just one elimination to go before the final table of the Wolf Millionaire. And Bugan is all in for 1.5 million with pocket threes. Kings for Arturo. What a moment to pick that up. That will get the 10 deuce of hearts out of the way. And Bugan needing a 3, 33 and a third. 20% equity against the Kings of Arturo. And if Bugan can't get lucky here, we will have our final 9. And that is just about going to seal the deal. Bar runner, diamond. King on the flop, set for Arturo. And the turn is the 8 of clubs. And that is all she wrote. And that means we are going on a break for the guts of a half an hour. We're going to come back with the final table of the Wolf Millionaire. I hope you're enjoying the show. Stay tuned. There's lots more action to come. I'll see you all in just a few moments. No pair, no draw says, how about running trees for quads? You know what? You're goddamn right. Maybe I would have thought about that if the turn had come a tree. Alas, we'll keep it right here. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Bogdanov's watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my phone? Yes?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
Don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch.
Oh my
check.
God! What is going on here? Made a move with just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's going to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible. perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10k ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Desit soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10k ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Desit unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button the blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65k. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now seven's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
You see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time. You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket 6s. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big. 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle and Vela down to dust, Ali.
Chat absolutely in love with Ting Tsai playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for 6 Poker.
Shout out 6 Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved with 6-3 off. Sammartino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the 2 overs and the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280K C-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from 1 pair to 2 for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here. It's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox, but honestly don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
a lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and
no.
the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think queen-jack, jack-10 or jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart, I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like kings with a heart, aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're live. It's the Wolf Millionaire final table, and I spy with my little eye Pistol Pete in the corner. Another final table for Pistol Pete from Germany. We've got Vladislav as your chip leader, or one of. Bally is actually the chip leader with 24.6 million. Can you all hear me loud and clear? I presume you can. All players guaranteed a minimum of €10,200 at the moment. They've all secured that 10k ticket, and it is all to play for here. €143,000 for the winner, and the title of Wolf Millionaire Champ, and all the glory that goes with it. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching. It's all happening under one roof, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is a €350 buy-in. 9 remain, average stack 14.4 million. And looks like we've got a very interesting final table. Musa is going to raise to 1 million. I like saying that name, Musa. We have Vladislav, Alice Zeleny, Arturo, David, Kozma, Musa, Bali, Christian, Harry Krishna, and let's not forget Pistol Pete, a very loosey-goosey aggro player. Although we did see him tightening up a bit in his last couple of runs. He's had quite the opportunities this year, Pistol Pete, a King's Resort reg, a legend. It's interesting to see what way things go for him. No pair, no draw says, do you anticipate play will start off tight or be more loose since the ticket bubble burst? Well, although the ticket bubble has burst, let's not forget how much money these guys are playing for. Probably the biggest payout of their career. And on top of that pressure, the ICM is just huge. Especially with a couple of shorties there. Don't want to get eliminated before someone who has less chips than you. That's just a disaster. So to answer your question, no pair, no draw, it could go either way. There's always that feeling out period, especially when the two last tables join together. You've got some new faces in some regular places. WSOP is going to 3-bet to 2.3 million, a very small 3-bet. And that's got to do with how short of a stack Musa has to start the hand. So back to Musa. Olivia says LFG. Musa, good luck, bro. And Musa shoves over the top and takes it down. Some players might fold there, considering the 3-bet looks so strong. But Musa realizing some of the time he's going to get a 4-bet through. He does do just that. This is a €350 buy-in. Payouts are crazy indeed. Nice to have you all with us. Lots of action taking place and loads of comms in the Poker Room Kings chat box today. Lots of hands being discussed. Place is buzzing on this Monday evening. If you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. If you want to buy some merchandise or find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. And two red ladies here for Arturo facing the open in the cutoff from Vladislav. Vladislav can afford to be opening quite wide from late position. Does have 10-9 offsuit. Arturo with 20 bigs and change, just deciding whether he wants to 3-bet with such a strong hand or just straight up rip. That will look weaker, but will probably not get much action. I'm okay with 3-betting here. It's just not going to be too often that we're 3-bet folding. Having said that, the game has evolved. It's just when we have 10 million, don't want to make it too strong or too small. So if we make it like close to 3 million, we've got 7 behind. run the risk of seeing a flop that way. So he's going to have to make it about 3.5, and that looks like he's put in about half his stack, which in my opinion is a dead giveaway. He's putting in 4.4, which makes it extremely unlikely he's going to fold and leave himself with 6.2. So he does just 3-bet and take it down. No pair, no draw. It said, is 10 million just too much to open shove? I think it's... If you had like 12, 13, close to 15 mil, yeah, 3-bet all day. I think we just rejam for a cool 10. Exactly 20 bigs and change. If we're going to go for a 3-bet, it needs to be a lot smaller. And it doesn't want to be under 3 million. So you're putting in 3 and leaving yourself with 7. We should have some 3-bet folds, but there's a couple of shorter stacks in it, so it just doesn't make it that good of an option. I just think we rejam. No pair, no draw says if he gets called right there and an ace or a king comes on the flop, he just hates life. Yeah. If you make it too small, run the risk of seeing a flop out of position where it could be just a bad flop. We could have 2 overcards out there. So I just think rejamming a cool 10, because that's what you're going to do with your hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. So just rejamming queens and kings. Kings maybe not. But rejamming queens and jacks for 10 mil just seems like the best option instead of 3-betting. Well, on the Jack 7-4 here, Musa defending with a speculative 8-4, even though it is suited. I prefer to have 8-5, 8-6, 8-6 or 8-7. Arturo going to bet 675, and Musa going to see a turn. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. And the turn quickly going check, check, and the river is the deuce of diamonds, 4.2 million in the pot. Now, once he's bet the flop and the turn goes check, check, if Musa checks again, I like a small bet from Arturo. Doesn't need to be too big. Bet like 1.7 million, something around that area. Could occasionally still get called by a 7. If you get called by a jack, then so be it. Checking back also totally fine and the more conservative option. And he will take that one down now, playing 15 million. When the 8s are all in from early position, 12 bigs. Yeah, a couple of thoughts about that hand. Bird says you don't see this kind of value bets with middle pair very often in these tournaments, guys. You've got to remember how big the pay jumps are and how much they're playing for. And you're betting there, risking getting called by a hand like a 7. Maybe I was thinking occasionally a hand you could be up against an opponent with a weaker 10 that called the flop. And he was looking a bit weak. So it does seem like a clear value bet, but sometimes you're just going to get snapped off by a jack. So he's just deciding to hedge his bets, check behind, still take down the pot and not risk losing any more money. When he checks back, he's going to win the majority of the time, and he's just happy to take it down. So that just kind of explains that one. A couple of people said they're landing in Vegas at the weekend. Best of luck, guys. Good luck all in. Pistol Pete with the Jabber Cat is here. 16 bigs under the gun +1. And when you're over there, if you're playing cash, you might as well flick it into a tournament. Play one in the World Series, anything up to $1,000. Sounds like a good choice. Pistol Pete is just going to open rip. Speaking of choices, I would prefer to see Pistol Pete min raise and call off some short stacks here. If there's significant action behind in the form of a 3-bet or a jam, or a 3-bet and a jam, we can just comfortably get away from our jacks then. It's fine to open rip from early position with pocket pairs. I just feel like there is more merit and more value to be obtained by min raising than shoving this many big blinds. What Pistol Pete does just take down the blinds and antes. Christian is going to complete his option here in the small with 10-8 off suit. And Harry in the big blind with Queen 10 off suit. It's just going to shove. Harry will take it down. Harry Potter. It was a good shove. Unlikely Christian is going to be calling once he has completed his option in the small. A lot of players would just check behind there. Nice to just take it down pretty uncontested. Arturo min raises with pocket nines. We've got action here because Christian has a real hand on the button. Ace Queen off suit. The go-to play for me here is to just call in position on the button and not run the risk of being 4-bet ripped. Having said that, Ace Queen is one of our best hands that we can 3-bet with. Thing is, we're putting this in our 3-bet folding range, and I feel like we could play our hand for its value by just calling. Yoda Code is in the house. What's up, Yoda Code? Christian is 3-betting to 2.6 million. As Tuxka says, leave it. 9-9 not going to win. Now, if we had a read on our opponent that he was capable of 3-betting light on the button to put a significant pressure on us at the final table, I think 9s becomes best as a 4-bet rip. Especially off sub 30 to start the hand. But we are the covering stack. It's just so hard for us to realize our equity once we call out of position in a 3-bet pot. He was getting good odds to see a flop. I don't blame him for calling. It could even be a fold. It looks very strong from Christian. He's betting 1.8 million. My whole point is once we put in like 5 to 6 bigs, oftentimes we are going to be faced with overcards. Christian will take it down. Yeah, I think pocket pairs like 8s, 9s, and 10s just want to be jamming. I don't know what ICM would say about jamming 9s there, especially when there's a couple of short stacks. I need to see the exact stacks. It becomes close. He was getting good odds to see the flop, even if he was out of position. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Ali with pocket 6s, raising in the hijack. And Pistol Pete in the small blind, going to put King 10 suited in the muck. Ladislav might want to see a flop here for 550 more. Not often you're going to be completely dominated with 6-5 offsuit, but here you go. There, now I have a better idea of the exact chip stacks. We've got 4 players under 20 bigs. You've got Arturo with 25, Vladislav with 33, Christian with 36, David with 49, and Bally is your chip leader here with 52 bigs. I feel like with those pocket 9s, we are the covering stack. We could put significant pressure with a 4-bet rip there. It is Harry finds himself as the shortest back. So there's no player really that short. 15 bigs with 1 hour blinds at a final table like this is totally fine. Loads of playability. David with the min with ace jack suited. Musa with the creative 3-bet here. This is kind of what I was saying earlier when there was a small 3-bet from aces against an early position open. If we're going to have some 3-bet folds, that is, surely King Queen offsuit, King Jack suited, King Queen suited become some of the best candidates This looks so strong from Musa. And Musa is one of the shortest stacks here. So he's going to get a lot of credit. David's ace-jack suited going to shrivel up considerably, facing the 3-bet from Musa. Giving for odds to see a flop, of course, but you're not getting that good of odds if you feel like you are way behind. Predict we will see David put his hand in the muck. But he call and make a liar out of me. Queen Jack 5 is the flop, all spades. He will just bet and take it down. That's the thing. If we call with ace jack, a lot of boards we're not going to be able to continue on. That's sexy play there from Musa, getting a lot of credit. Took that once, no time limit, can think as long as they want. Yet within reason, it is a final table. There's no shot clock at Kings. Maybe there is for some of the bigger events. I think I've seen them there. Not for Wolf Millionaire. And I will say my time in the booth, which is about 2 years now, I think it's nice that people really don't abuse the situation of how long they can think for. I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've been dissatisfied in my time in the booth when I've seen this outrageous amount of time being taken for a decision that's mandatory. They're playing for a lot of money. There's a lot of respect for each other. And if someone doesn't take the piss, they should be fine with thinking for a minute or two about their decisions. As soon as someone oversteps the mark, King's tournament director will be over to sort out any situation that may arise in terms of players overstepping boundaries. Perno Draw says, I think shot clock is good early on, at least, but final table should be more of a gentleman's game. Well, let's not forget about the ladies. A gentle person's game. Yeah, that's more like it. So, folks, three-way action to the flop on 988. Alice with rest of it. Small and big, but with Queen 7. Puxa says, I wonder what your name is. I don't know if you're talking to me. You must be talking to me. I am Action Man Dan, the broadcaster and Irish pundit for the duration of this event. And the Jack 9 will take that one down. And lucky, Alice with the aces in the cutoff facing the open from Harry, the pocket nines. If he's going to three bet, it's going to look really strong. He does three bet to 2.5 million. The action is going to be back around to Harry with his pocket nines. Harry will eventually let the pocket nines go, and I think that's a pretty good fold. Pair no draw says tough to lay down nines there. It's just because it looks so strong. No pair no draw says Dan Harrington. Yeah, I had thought about that. It was one of the first poker books I ever read, but he's Action Dan. I just didn't try to copy him or steal anything. I was just calling the action. My name is Dan, and I am a man. Put it all together. What do you get? AMD, Action Man Dan. Surely Dan Harrington is retired by now. I'm sure he won't mind. Musa is going to make it a full 3x in the small blind with ace-4 off suit. He's going to continue on this board for $1 million. Ali seems like a non-believer. I don't think there's anything he can do here with just 10-5 of clubs. Very engaging here. Yeah, see, looks like he's going to raise. Very unlikely that Bally has a 3 in his hand. Very unlikely Bally has a deuce in his hand. So then it becomes 2 cards and a flush draw. We block some straight draws considering we've got one ourselves. So when you break it all down, it really seems like Bally is full of shit here. It just doesn't seem like he's going to raise on this board. If he did have a hand, surely a 3 would just continue. A deuce would just continue. Of course, he can have hands like 2 overcards and a flush draw. I don't know what Musa is going to do here. It's such a large size Bally has gone for. Love that for Musa. Play of the day. Go on, Musa. 4-bet ripping or 3-bet ripping on the flop, whatever you want to call it. Ivan in the house says, was Mr. Dan Chat and Mods? How's everyone? Good. That was an awesome play there by Musa, non-believer. Like I said, when you break it down, the big blind can't really have much there unless he wants to gamble with 2 overs and a flush draw. No pair, no draw says, I don't think Harrington would be one to make us think about it anyway. If I start calling myself a poker brat, you may find yourself in a legal battle for name infringement. No, I won't be calling myself the poker brat. And if I have to change my name from Action Man Dan, I will reevaluate at the time. It just means that I can never play like a nit at the table. I can't be putting my name out there saying I give action and then not give action. Arturo raising to 1 mil in the hijack. Jack 10 suited. Small is going to call with ace 8. Big blind going to call with 7-6. Flop is ace queen deuce. Straight draw for Arturo in the betting lead. Turn is the 7 of spades. That's a million, 1.2 bet from Bali after the flop gets checked through. And Bali will take that one down. Arturo. To bet that flop, in my opinion, although small blind is going to have a lot of ace X. Jerry Fall is in the house. What do you think of the ace 8 call here, Dan? I think it's okay, given that he has a lot of chips. Would prefer to be suited. I'm glad he didn't 3-bet. It's just not a good combo. I would fold ace 6 and ace 7 off suit the ace 8 and ace 9. Seems like it's just about good enough to see a flop, even if we are out of position, sandwiched in between the original opener and the big blind. given that we still have 9 remaining and there's a couple of shorties, he could just fold the ace-8. But it's really not too bad to be V-pipping there. No pair, no draw, trying to come up with a new nickname. Donk Bet Dan, Dead Money Dan, Dan Almighty. Well, yeah, if I have to come up with a new name, I'll ask the chat for a few weeks in a row before we come up with the best name we can find. It's not something I've given too much thought to. I had seen in some of the cash games that they were playing in Vegas, or the Hustler, I think it was. There was an action Dan as well. So maybe if I find myself playing a massive cash game in Hustlers, I'll have to come up with a new name. But I guess that would be an amazing complaint to have. Yeah, overall the ace-8 is not that great, but we're not covered, so it's not like we're going to just fall in love with top pair and lose our entire stack. If we're going to call there with ace-8, as long as we know what we're doing on flop, turn, and river, and we're not getting too carried away in a bloated pot, I think it's fine. If you're not that comfortable playing out of position, even if you are the guy with the most chips, then just fold your ace-8. I don't want to say it's that simple. Them hands play better when you V-pip them when we're shorter handed. With still 9 players remaining, could be just a spot to just let it go. Musa suddenly at 20 million. This guy gaining traction. I've got my eyes on him. He's not afraid to take a stand. David takes down the blinds and antes with pocket kings. Johan, the main man, says he has to go. Bye for now. Goodbye, Johan. Thanks a million for your help throughout the day. And enjoy the rest of your week, sir. Talk to you soon. Probably going to 3-bet with a real hand in the hijack. Ace king off suit. Stacks are starting to even out now at the top. You're seeing a few stacks around 20 mil. Blinds have just gone up. 300k is now your small blind. 600k is now your big blind. 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Body will take that one down. With the 3-bet. Bit of a wide open there from the king 10. Off suit from early position. Harry is your only player out of the 9 under 10 eggs. Pistol Pete with 11, Arturo with 17, Alice with 18, Vladislav with 25, Christian with 29, Musa having a very good level, finds himself at 33 big blinds, David with 35, and Badi with 41. So not too much separating top 4. Pot here and a pot there, and it's anyone for the tip lead. 5 players over 20 bigs and 4 players under 20 bigs, and only 1 player under 10. All players have locked up 10k ticket and over 10,000 euro in cash monies. Good day at the office so far, but we don't want to give you that. The winner, 143,000 euro. Average stack is getting close to 25 bigs. Loads and loads of playability with 1 hour blinds. Raleigh, who has been playing quite well so far, finds himself with 2 red ladies. Alice is going to call in the big blind with Jack 8 of clubs. And it seemed like he checked in the dark. That was a flop of flush draw. 9 deuce 2 clubs. Body wasting little time betting 1.1 million. Alice will call. He's only got 12 bigs behind. Loves that turn. 5 of clubs. I think if we're bad, he would just check behind now and reevaluate on the river. And that river is the Jack of Spades. If Alice wants to get paid, I'll probably go for a blocker-ish type sizing here. Having said that, that Jack completes the straight, completes some 2-pair combos. But therefore, maybe he wants to go on the larger side. I think somewhere around 2 million seems good. He goes for 1.9. Quickly gets snapped off from Bali, who'd made up his mind. Gonna call for that price. And Alice now playing 25 bigs. No pair, no draw. Any reason to check this flush here to try and induce, or best to just make your own value bet? I think you want to just check all the time with a flush, but with a king on board and that river feeding some hands. Don't want to miss out on value. I think he made a very good bet. I like the sizing. I want to give the opportunity for a king sometimes to check back on the river there, no pair, no draw. Or a hand like queens. Or even a jack. Even though we have a jack ourselves, our opponent could have now hit a pair on the river in the form of a jack. Bet flop, check turn. Call river. So, for all those reasons, I feel that checking to induce just seems a little bit too fancy. Just want to play your hand for the value that it has. It's a flush, hard enough to make one, so when you do, you want to get paid. Pistol P, 10 bigs in the cutoff. He is one of the shortest stacks. A6 offsuit. You can make an argument for shoving this, but I feel like it'll be a little bit too loose. Maybe it's actually totally fine considering you're one of the shortest. Just shove it in. Does just get it through. Yeah, just 10 bigs. I think it's fine to shove any ace there. I take it back, Pistol Pete. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Aces now for Musa. Alice. Ace-9 suited on the button. Does decide to just call. We do end up getting four-way action to the flop. David with 4-3 offsuit for a penny in for a pounding. 6-7-7 is the flop. No player with a king. No player with a 7, but Alice does have diamonds. Got a lot of equity on this board. $1.25 mil is the bet for Musa. We could see Alice get a lot of money in here. In general, multi-way here probably just wants to call, especially with all the ICM. Does just call. Turn is the 9 of hearts, almost 8 million in this pot now. And that gives more equity for Alice. Now, if Musa wants to set up a river jam, he doesn't need to bet too big. He can bet even somewhere around the area of 2.5 million. I think I'd go for slightly larger sizing, around 3 to 3.5 mil here. 3 million, 0.8 to 3.3, something around that area seems like a nice sizing. Instead, Musa goes for an abnormally large bet here. I don't know if I like this. It's just such a huge bet. We want a king to call again. We want diamonds to call again. If our opponent has a 7, then so be it. Just basically putting in half his stack makes it really difficult for diamonds to continue, or a straight draw, or something to that effect. Even a king might go into the muck here some of the time because it looks so strong from Musa. Alice forced to let his hand go. All the time is in the house, all the time 100. And Frank says, you want a flush draw to pay, dude. Not give him a good price to get there. Lol, what a joker. Yeah, I just think when we put in half the stack, we're just saying we've got a monster. It's just so unlikely we are going to be double barreling as a bluff there. Oh, welcome, Frank. 8 bigs for Harry. 10-9 of spades. Harry does move it all in. And we're going to have action because Vladislav has picked up a monster. He's lost some chips as of late. The good 10 million there. He was up to 24 million plus. Vladislav will be jamming over the top. And Harry be happy to see this. He's still going to have a decent amount of equity to double up. Boom Shakalaka reckons 10-9 suited gets here every time. Some of the time, maybe. All of the time, not so much. But we're about to find out. Eight, 5-5 is the flop. 2 diamonds. No 10, no 9 on that flop. Vladislav nearly a 3-1 favorite as we hit the turn. Turn is a juicy one. It's Jack of Hearts. Harry picking up a lot of additional equity as we hit the river, and it's a big one for both players involved. 11.3 million in the pot. It's the King of Clubs, the King of Kings. Will see our first elimination of Harry Krishna at this FT. Good game, sir. Unlucky. Taking home over 10,000 euro and a 10k ticket for his troubles. That means 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of 13,300 euro. David going to min 10-5 of spades on the button. Musa with another monster. This time he's got the ladies. Let's make it about 4.2 million here. As all the time says, man, Dan, what's up all the time? Did you miss me? It's okay, I'm back. Oh, wow. Bali with the Jabracadas. We've got action. He's facing an open and a 3-bet. He must have heard me. I said he wants to make it about 4.2. 4.2 to go from the small, and Bali is going to 4-bet rip. And Musa absolutely hates this because he's had such an amazing time accumulating chips. But against a button, small and big confrontation, he ain't folding queens, surely. We've seen kings go into the muck pre-flop on more than one occasion over the last 2 years at kings, but I do not see that happening here with the ladies. Of course, he's going to posture and think and mull it over in his head, but it is sick, guys, because Bali shouldn't be doing this with too much 8s, 9s, and 10s. 10s and jacks surely have to 4-bet rip. Other than that, we're going to be against ace king nearly all of the time. But lo and behold, he does call it off. Look at the size of this pot, almost 42 million. He's gone over to his buddy that he was hugging earlier. Bali is going to need a Jabracada or something to that effect and needs it quick. Otherwise, we are going to have another elimination, and Musa is going to be overwhelming chip leader. Here we go. Ace, king, 8 is the flop. 2 clubs. 2 outs and 2 outs only now for Bali. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. And here's the river. River is the 3 of hearts. We do have another elimination. Bali has been sent to the rail in a very disappointing 8th. Musa now playing close to 46 million in chips. Bali taking home 13,300 euro for his efforts. That means 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of 18,900 euro. And now Musa should be able to run amok at this table with that much pink chips. Massive chip lead. It's all been going Musa's way ever since he ripped over the top at the ace-4 on the 3 deuce flop. He's been hoovering chips and now finds himself with 76 big blinds. He could nearly raise any 2 on the button, but I don't think he should raise a hand like 5-4 because he's blocking some of the range that he wants to be able to get the small and the big blind to fold hands that contain a 4 or 5. So when we have 4 and a 5, it's just not a good hand for us to open with. Even if we're suited there, he could go for a raise. I prefer if it was 5-6, but that's me just being a nitpicker. Not a nitpicker. Boom Shakalaka agrees with me. says he's going to run over the table now. Well, he should. Vladislav, 35 bigs. A raise with ace-5 of clubs. Alice going to call with ace-10 of diamonds, and Arturo sixes. Is going to shove. Wasn't expecting to see this from Arturo. Going for it here. We can see this is going to be a nice pickup. Don't try this at home. Sixes should most likely be going in the muck here nearly every time. Against an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 flat. But Arturo decides he's going to make this pocket pair work by hell or by leather. Really good timing here from Arturo. Alice has a really nice hand, but it just shrivels up considerably when Arturo shoves over an under the gun and an under the gun +1. And it represents a significant portion of Alice's remaining stack. Really nice pickup. He's now playing close to 20 big blinds. Boom Shakalaka says balls of steel. Yeah, well, balls of steel can almost... It looks great when it works. When you get called there, it's balls of foolishness. There's two ways to look at it. Pistol P finding a monster in the small blind. Don't shove it, Pistol. I would have definitely just completed my option in the small blind. Just decides to rip it in. As Boom Shakalaka says, yes, ICM suicide for sure, but I like it better than watching the nets. Yeah, well, you get it all here. Something for everyone in the audience. All under one roof. The King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. Musa with 77 bigs is obliterating this FT. Having said that, one double up and it's back to almost even. Stevens will add a slab with 31 bigs in second place. David, 29 in third. Christian, 28. Biggs is in fourth. Arturo, 19. Alice with that 19. And Pistol Pete, after picking up that pot with the aces, is playing 13 big blinds. Minimum payout now is €18,900. Look at those pay jumps. Goes from 18 to 24, 24 to 30, 30 to 38, 38 to 53, and the winner, second will be 77.5. Look, could I be so stupid? First, 143,000. Certainly not 77.5. Almost double that amount. Not all remaining players have guaranteed that 10K ticket for themselves. I think you know that by now. With 35% of all the remaining chips in play. Musa just wants to keep peppering them with the jab. Just keep applying the pressure, especially to the shorter stacks. Doesn't need to get into too many large confrontations, but has the chips to do what he wants. All eyes on Musa with that sort of a chip lead. Expect the unexpected. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings, as you all know. Christian min raising in the cutoff with ace deuce. David's current min raise. Does min raise with the ace queen offsuit. And we could have action here because Alice should be rejamming these nines. Perhaps he just wants to call. Does just call. This is risky business now from the small blind with 16 bigs to start the hand. Arturo getting great odds to see a flop here with ace-4 offsuit. He does flick it in. 4.2 million in the pot as we see the flop 3 ways. Three, 8. That's a great flop for the pocket nines. Try to lead. I prefer to just see a check raise all in, try to get some additional value from the big blind or the initial opener. Now, David most likely just gets away from this, but wants to see a turn for that price. Understandable. Does call 6.6 million in the pot now as we see the turn. Turn is 9 of clubs. Alice now with a set. It was a great opportunity for Alice to perhaps just check. With more draws arriving, decides against it, is just going to bet small again. And now David will let his hand go. Couple of the Bambolero and Boom Shakalaka saying you want to see him check the turn. Well, you see, that's the turn card that's pretty much always going to go check, check. No, not always, but it's unlikely you're going to see a bet from the under the gun range unless he has an overpair. And there is a lot of bad rivers, so I don't mind betting again. I just wouldn't be the biggest fan of the lead on the flop with the nines. It's just so unlikely we're bluffing. Opero draw says emphatically, man, I love tournament set. He doesn't love tournament set. I put it right up there with flopping a set. Put it slightly behind rivering a set. Alice having to cut off min raising with ace-9 offsuit and Arturo with the decision in the small blind. Queen Jack suited. It's going to be a good enough hand to rejam. Wow, just decides to let it go. That's bit too tight there now from a hand. Stellar is Queen Jack suited facing a late position open. At the very least, you want to peel. You want to be voluntarily putting money in the pot. Boom shack black as played, maybe barrel small. Play once to lead the flop. I think just check jamming the flop is probably the best way to play the hand when we have an overpair. Because nines still needs some protection. We're not going to like a lot of turn cards. A lot of times going to go check or whatever the case may be. So I think getting the additional value from your opponent betting and then just ripping over the top is better than just leading small. No pair, no draws. It's that one card feels better to me when I hit one of 3 flop cards. Yeah, if you've got river set for both, it's always a beautiful feeling. Bambolero is lead flop looks like a pair plus back towards lead check and then a bluff is best on the turn versus this Hungarian especially. That was a better reach down spot than the 6. Take it. You know what? That's a very good point. A very good comment. The Queen Jack suit is just going to play way better. A different situation. We've had a couple of bust outs. It's not a multi-way situation, and all he's to do is rejam. Vladislav in raising moves to the small blind with ace 2 soft 2. I feel like he wants to 3-bet that one, but decides against it. He wants something that has a bit more playability if it goes post flop. So even ace 2 suited, he might have elected to 3-bet there. Just doesn't really need to take that spot. Christian with 10s in the big blind. Looks like he just wants to call this one when he has a very similar stack to his opponent, 7 remaining. He is going to 3-bet from the big blind to put the pressure back on Vlad. 3-betting 4.1 million. Nice pick up for the 10s, uncontested. Taking the aggressive route. 3-bet free. Because with the min raise and a little bit of cheese on top, the Queen Jack of diamonds around the pistol feet and the big blind with King 5 suited. Just all here for an additional big. So Pete doesn't want to see a flop. Just a 5 kicker, even if he is suited, lets it go. Nine seven opening, suited. He is going to let King Deuce go around to the big blind for Vladislav, who's not going to defend with 2-5 offsuit. Vladis will take down the blinds and antes. Round to the button for Pistol Pete. Pocket sixes or pocket fours on the button. 6.5 million, which is good for 10 big. In she goes. Pistol Pete taking his time. Don't believe we will be seeing him fold any pocket pair here on the button. Just the small blind and the big blind to get through. Doesn't look like he fancies it too much. Looks a bit uneasy, but he does move it all in as predicted. And it looks like Pistol Pete is going to get this one through. Alice not going to be calling with 10-9 off suit. And we are off on a 15-minute break, folks. An interesting frame of poker. Looking forward to the next one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for lots more action from the Wolf Millionaire in just a few moments.
Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe.
Hey, you know the
Shuko.
fold, mate. You know. Reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop. And watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5 with 11 left in the main event.
4 players.
4 players.
I mean,
Even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand. But something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Good shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
and what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, and now we're folding top pair out the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea
Furious.
folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here.
I call.
He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out, obviously. 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig.
Das König. König 10.
The flat pre
König Dame.
looks like it's going to earn Stinka a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from Stinka.
Really?
9
Come on,
on
Jack
the
on the river.
turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal were Sammy to hit here. Stinka almost stoic as he just sits down, and the Jack on the river.
Come on. Don't race, S-King. Don't race. Bravo. Yeah.
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinka. Gius with the enough flush draw. His overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way, and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius, he makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Woo! 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million. Fold it right around to Ayal in the cutoff, who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is it's called a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
But, I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties, for sure, but... I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean, can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Welcome back, folks. Blinds have just gone up 400k, 800k, 800k. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Wolf Millionaire final table. 7 players remain. Pistol Pete picking up pocket kings over the open of Christian with ace-5 of spades. And this is a dirty spot for Christian, but I reckon he's going to be priced in. It is going to be 6 big blinds more for Christian. And he's got 36% equity, so he has to call 4.8 into 14.8. He's getting just about the right price. Hold on now, I'll try to do some quick maths. Quick maths. Yeah, he's getting 30%, or he needs 30%, and he's got 36%. So even against kings, he's going to have the right odds here, folks. Like he's calling 4.8 into 14.8. So basically 3 to 1. So he needs a little bit more than 25% equity to make that a profitable call. And he's getting 36%. So ICM might say that that's a bit too weak to call there, but I reckon he's just about got the right price. The thing about them spots, folks, is you should know what stack you're going to call and what stack you're going to fold to, and Pistol Pete is going to have a pretty nutted range there. But if you're getting the right price, it really doesn't matter if you're up against a nutted range or not. Boom shakalaka, thank you for the help there. Against Ace X is 28%, but seems like it's the right price no matter what. Yeah, I think I was incorrect the first time. I said 30. It's in between 25 and 30%, right? I always round up and not down. So if you're saying it's 28% and we had 36% against pocket kings, I think that's what it said on the screen. Then in for a penny, in for a pound, and it's just 6 big blinds more, although it represents about a third of our remaining stack. Any more, it's going to change the odds, and we can just consider folding. Any less, we've just got a call. So it's right on the line. It's right on the line between order and chaos. That's what Jordan Peterson reckons. Pistol Pete will pick up some useful chips, put them to work here with the ace-jack offsuit. Pistol Pete suddenly playing 20 million in chips. Gone from 10 bigs to 25. Good few minutes for Pistol. For P squared. My man, PD boy. Now Musa is up and down out of his seat like a kangaroo. Hopping around in springtime. He needs to remain composed, needs to remain focused. There's a lot of poker to go yet. And although the adrenaline is going to be running high, Championship rounds are upon us, and he's got all those yellow chips, and they're all 1 million each. He just needs to stay focused and calm. Keep his eyes on the prize, as they say. David taking that one down with the Queen Jack of diamonds. Nice pick up there for him. Five big blinds is the total jam here. Bristol not going to call with Queen 7. All right, guys, I'm just getting some information here for the next 20 minutes or so. Some of the stacks may be incorrect at the final table. So the graphics on the screen might be saying people have more chips than they do. So just bear that in mind. We will do our best. Boom Shakalaka saying everyone just open ripping aces at the table. Well, I'm pretty sure I couldn't see the exact amount going across the line. And like I just said, we have to watch out because some of the stack sizes may be incorrect. But it looked like he only had 5 big blinds or so. It showed 4.1 million, but I don't think he had 5 bigs. It had to be more than that. That's the man to watch out for here, Musa with 50 bigs. But one stutter step and a couple of pots going in the other direction, and it's game on. Musa still only has 50 bigs. And yes, it is 40 million chips, but doubles up one player and suddenly finds himself back in the middle of the pack. Vladislav with the rejam with ace-king suited. Arturo shoving, which is a bit of a wild shove, not ICM approved. Nonetheless, Christian with a huge decision. An ace-9 suited, not going to cut the mustard here. It shows the power of the jam. Risky business here from Arturo into this many players, 6 to be precise. It looks like he is just going to take down the blinds and antes. We'll add 2 million to his stack, especially when we've got a deuce as a kicker and it's unsuited. It's going to play very poorly if we are called. Boom Shakalaka says, are those numbers correct? I got information to say some of the stacks you're going to see are incorrect. So just try not pay too much attention to the graphics for the moment, and we'll just see exactly how big the chips look that they're shoving over the line, or how much it would equate to, and we'll go from there. As I said, it will be fixed within 20 minutes. The yellow chips are all 1 million each, and the pink chips are 500k each, so let's just bear that in mind. The whites are 100k a pop, so you've got 100, 500, 1 mil. 100k, half a mil, 1 mil. Faint B says hello. Hi! Hello, homie! Vladislav is going to just limp on the button. I don't mind limping. I'm all for limping sometimes, but not when we have ace-5. It's just a better hand for us to use as a min raise. And Arturo sniffs weakness and just straight up rips from the big. Bird is back in the house. Everything has been above board, Bird. No one getting out of line. All being very well behaved. Musa with the Jabrakadas min raising. Musa will take down the blinds and antes. He needs to put his foot on the gas. He could hoover up a lot of those 2 millions right now, and they all add up. Vladislav been raising in the hijack with ace king of hearts. We're going to see action here because David with the rejam. So we do have all in and call. I can't verify the exact size of this pot, but it is huge. It might be incorrect that it's 27.2 million, but it is all in and call. And Vladislav in pole to eliminate David Cosma in 7th place. Ace deuce 7 is the flop, and that is about as definitive as it can be. And David Cosma, nothing he can do there. Will take down a sizable amount for his efforts. 18,900 euro to be precise. That means 6 players remain now, all guaranteed a minimum of 27,700 euro. As Boom Shakalaka says, ace king again. I can't believe it. I don't believe it. Victor Meldrew, if anyone was wondering. Anyone that's not familiar with Victor Meldrew, you can give it a Google. From the show One Foot in the Grave. Throwback. Faint B says, I predict Vladislav to win. I really like how he's played so far. Yeah, he has had ace king a record number of times, but he has played very well. Take nothing away from him, and he is basically even now with Musa. Between the two of them, they've got nearly 2/3 of all the chips in play. Arturo with 25 bigs in 3rd place, Pistol Pete with 18, Chris with 11, but nobody wants to bust before Alice, who is playing 8 bigs, 0.6 million. Boom Shakalak said really didn't like the button input ace 5, but other than that, I don't think he's made many. I don't think he's had tough decisions. Yeah, the limping strategy is fine, guys. I just rather have something like 7/8 suited there on the button instead of an ace blocker. Pistol Pete is going for the shove now. I would say that that's less than 13.2 million. I'd say it's less than 10. Definitely not 13.2. Wow. Arturo stuffs it in. Now, it's not going to be 15 bigs, as I keep saying. But it still seems pretty gambly here with King Queen off suit. So here we go, folks. It's all come down to this. Pistol Pete with ace-7 of spades. Arturo, king-queen offsuit. Big moment for both players involved with 6 remaining. Jack 9-7 is the flop. Pistol Pete is still in the lead, but he's got a lot of outs to dodge. 10 to be precise as we hit the turn. Turn is a 9. Arturo needing help on this river. River is the ace of hearts. Pistol Pete loves that. Fist bumps the air. Now let's see how much Arturo is left with it. It looks like he gambled for almost all of his stack there. Probably a bit too big of a call. Now that I can see the damage that it's done. They were shorter than what the screen suggested. An ace-9 had been folded, so for ace and 2 9s to roll off, we're saying the same thing. There he is now. DJ Triple says, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The man that needs no introduction, DJ Triple. Sorry, I won't try that again. DJ Triple says, thanks for the shout out. You were always there with me, man, to the bitter end. If anyone deserves a shout out, you and the moderators and a couple of others, of course. Can't be naming them all. They can't all be getting Bruce Buffer style shout outs. Perhaps you caught me at the right moment. So Arturo, again, I don't know if he has exactly 500k. He might have a bit more. We're about to find out. Vladislav is going to call. You've got to remember, nearly 2/3 of all the chips in play belonging to the top 2 stacks. Queen 4-3 is the flop. And the turn was the 10. Pistol Pete probably just gonna isolate. And just go for the smallest of bets. And we will say goodbye to Arturo. He looks pretty happy with himself. The river is the deuce of clubs. 27,700 euro for Arturo. Not bad. 40 G's, baby, including the ticket. Incredible stuff. And that means 5 players remaining now, folks, and they're all guaranteed a minimum of 30,900 euro. As DJ Triple says, action. It's Action Man Dan or Don Ranton. It says maybe we can commentate some time in the future together just for hand analysis. I would love to. Yeah, we won't go live. We'll just like stand in a cupboard somewhere. I'll pretend my pint of beer in my hand is a microphone and off we pop. Who knows what the has in store for the future, DJ Triple. And the average stack is now 26 million. Apocalypse is back. Just in time, Apocalypse, 5 players remaining. Good evening, boys and girls. Vladislav is going to shove on Alice. Alice with King 7, just not going to be quite good enough. Crystal P is going to min raise from the cutoff. Pocket 5s. Now this actually becomes a pretty good rejam off the stack depth. I think it is less than 13 million. Maybe the counts are correct once again. It's been nearly 20 minutes. He is going to call, and this enables Musa to come along for the ride. And Musa could squeeze this one up. If he squeezes it up, he is going to be committed to small blind. But it's unlikely the small blind has a very strong hand that's willing to stack off with. But he is willing to stack off with. It looks like he is going to go for it. Make it about 6 mil. 6.6 sounds nice to me. Goes to 5.6, yeah. Like this from Musa. Going to be a nice pickup for Musa. I guess Alice is thinking that Musa might be up to no good in the neighbourhood, and then does it become profitable to stack off here with a hand as strong as A7 suited? It's too big of a risk to take, and he will let his hand go. Most now playing 46 million. Apocalypse says beach was nice. Went to State Ninian's Tombolo, which I strongly suggest to anyone who goes there. If I'm going out there, man, I'll be looking for that Suregar or some form of a Shetland pony. Okay, no draw says, oh man, I walked away for half an hour and pistol went from dead to right to having 33 million. There was a graphical error, so some of the counts were wrong, but you can see his stack there. He is gaining traction and does have a lot of chips. It is about 25 million, maybe a little less. I don't know the exact amount. We'll have the chip counts back exactly the way they were, or well, just have them correct within the next few minutes. Ace 8 going in the muck, Vlad. Min raise of Ace 7. Christian with 8 9 of clubs. King Jack 3, 2 hearts is the flop. 1.2 is the bet, and Christian will release. Musa is now going to limp on the button. See, I don't see any reason to stray away from his strategy of opening, especially when he's got all those chips. I would just keep going to Pound Town. So I don't really understand why he's mixing it up. He doesn't need to. He has all the chips. Queen 3 deuce is the flop. Pistol Pete getting a free look at a flop for 8 with ace 10 of spades. Musa going to bet 900k. Turn is the 3 of diamonds and 4.6 million in this pot now. Musa hits gin on the river. He's got the king of kings. Musa is going to bet 3.2 million on the river. Wow, look at this. Pistol Pete is going to raise. Wasn't expecting to see this. Pistol Pete is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. If I was to break this down though, really hard for us to be losing with a king on this river. And it's very unlikely Pistol Pete is checking a 3 over to us on the river. So what is Pistol Pete trying to say he has? raising to 8.6. I just feel like Mosa is going to figure this one out, and he does figure it out. It's just very ambitious from Pistol Pete. And that was well executed there from Pistol Pete, trying to get his opponent to fold. A big hand, unfortunately for him, runs into the top of Mosa's range. It was almost like he was repping a bluff there, but it's easy for me to say when I can see the cards. He was only losing there to ace king or king queen, and both hands unlikely in a limped pot. Alice shoving all in and going to get the bad news. He's against Mosa and the ladies. And Alice is going to need a lot of help here, or Mosa is going to eliminate another player, and we are going to have 4 remaining. Ace on the desk in the window, ace 8-4, and now Mosa needing a lady, or he's going to lose a decent chunk of his stack. Well, not too much. It's not going to affect him all the way, considering he just won that massive hand with the king 10 of hearts. But he would much rather win this than lose it. Turn is the 9 of spades. River is the 7 of diamonds. That's a big double up for the A7. So now let's see how that changes things. Mosa with 58 bigs, Vladislav with 46, Alice now with 29 bigs, and then just 2 players under 20 big blinds. Pistol Pete with 16 and Christian with 14 bigs. Well, it looks like we are going to go on a 5-minute break. These players going to figure it out amongst themselves. I'll see you all in a few moments.
know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
we now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Fold it right around to A-all in the cutoff who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
well, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Players have gone on a 5-minute break to discuss whatever they were discussing. Blinds are still 400k, 800k, 800k. That's 400k small blind, 800k big blind with an 800k running big blind ante. Floyd on the moon is in the house. What's up, Floyd on the moon? Boom Shakalaka says, man, still flatten. The Mandems. Still 5 remaining. Things evening out a bit more. This is what happens. It goes tit for tat and pot for pot, and suddenly you've got a few stacks that are very similar. Vlad, with over 40 million in chips, I believe, is your chip leader. Mosa with ace queen on the button. So he's not, Vlad is not the chip leader. I thought Mosa had lost a few, but he still has 45 million almost in a raise to 1.8. I believe the stacks are corrected by now, so Pistol Pete is playing 14 bigs behind with 10-8 of clubs. I think that's a bit too tight from pistol. Wants to be defending with a hand like 10-8 suited in the big for an additional big blind. Alice raising to 2.7 million as the blinds have just gone up. 500k is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. This one will sort out the men from the boys. Aces for Vlad at a nice time. 3 betting to 6 million. Vlad smiling, laughing, that's what it's all about. Chirpy chips. Perno Draw agrees, says always easier to talk at a poker table when you are winning. Pistol Pete seems to be going for. See, this is what I don't understand. He doesn't defend 10-8 suited, and now shoves 10-8 offsuit. Boom Shakalaka says because you've got two separate flushes you can hit. Boom Shakalaka, you'll always find complainers at the table no matter what's going on. Shakalaka says, Mosa with the beginner's mistake. When you get a walk, don't look at the holding. I think it's very easy to say don't look at your cards if you get a walk. Almost everyone still looks at their cards. Call it a rookie mistake all you want. There's no cure for curiosity. Pistol Pete is going to rip it. Mosa is going to min raise with Jack 5 of spades on the button. And Christian sixes, sub 10 bigs, definitely going to be rejamming this. 8.8 bigs behind. Christian does go for it for 9.3 million total. And Mosa can just comfortably let this one go. Nice pick up there for Christian, uncontested. Room Shaka, let's tell that to the broadcaster, Dan. He said to rip it. Don't be listening to me. That's what the mute button's for. It is funny, actually, Boom Shakalaka, because there's a guy who comes in here when he's at work and he got used to watching the poker on a Monday, but he can't watch the screen, so he's just listening to me explain the hands and chiming in on his break, which I thought was hilarious. Can't remember which guy that is right now, but when I see the name in the chat, I'll remember all right. Apocalypse says, you mean everyone else doesn't just mute the stream when opening it? Yeah. Who doesn't love the table sound? All the time says no pair, no draw. Maybe, Dan. Oh. Yeah, I just can't remember which guy it was in the chat. I will remember. Perhaps it was no pair, no draw. You would know all the time because you're usually here all the time. Pistol Pete could have shoved this one for 13 bigs. Standard jam on the button. Doesn't really want to be raised calling. And rather just take down the blinds and antes uncontested. And he will do just that. So Mosa with 45 bigs, Vlad with 44, Pistol Pete with 16, Christian with 13, and Alice with 11. So the three at the bottom there, all under 20 bigs. And then Vlad and Mo tied for the chip leader pretty much. No pair, no draw says I work from home, so I'm around most of the time when the stream is live, chat off and on depending on how busy my day is, but usually have earbuds so I can always hear. Okay, yeah, might have been you. I think it was someone else though. There was another person as well. They were actually in an office, as far as I can remember. If I see the name, I'll remember. It's not important. I just thought that was very cool that he still wanted to listen to me describe the hands, and then he's like, oh, I'm on my break and now I can see the screen and it all makes sense now. And Alice is just going to fold. You can't get away with doing too much of that, guys. Queen 9 offsuit. Just Mo to get through. He wants to mow that down. Take down the blinds and antes, but instead just giving a walk to Mo. Queen 9 just going to be way too strong there. Got to take your chances, even if you are shoving into essentially the chip leader. He had 10 bigs, boom shakalaka. He just has to shove. I don't think there is anyone shorter. It was 10 and 13 and 16, so he was the shortest stack. There lies my issue with the situation. Vlad min raising with ace-5 offsuit, and Christian is going to re-jam with sixes. Cut off against big blind, and it is 10.3 million more for Vlad to call. And for 12.3 bigs total, I feel like Vlad is just going to have to let this go. If he feels like Christian is re-jamming a lot, then he might decide he wants to call here. But with 42.2 million, I think we just live to fight another day and let this one go. Vlad with the jacks, 42 big blinds. In raises. Mosa with the kings, and this could be a disaster for Vlad. He's against an aggressive, three-betting opponent. Mosa just wants to make it about 5.5 million here. $6 million, that's fine. Now what does Vlad do when he gets back? Remember how much chips Vlad and Mosa are playing together. If you think this is an easy pickup with a 4-bet rip, 5-handed with jacks, then you've got to shove for 4 million. They're not that deep, but they are deep relative to the field. You've got 3 stacks under 20 bigs. Oh, he's decided to shove it because Mo can only call with the top of his range, but little does he know, he's ran into the top of Mo's range. Mosa set to win an 86.9 million chip pot unless Vlad can find a Jabracata when he needs it the most. Mo going over to his rail, getting comfort from his support. He shouldn't need too much comfort here. He is a 4-1 favourite. And this is sick for Vlad. He does have a straight draw, but it's a set of kings at kings for Mosa. Four tens left in the deck. The Jabracada now no good. River or turn is a 5 of hearts. And the river is the 7 of spades. And that is heartbreaking for Vlad. I don't feel like he'd done anything wrong there. He could have elected to just see a flop, but he's going to take down that pot so often. Just decides to 4-bet rip, runs into it. And that was Paul Kovaku on the rail. Good person to have in your corner for sure. Vlad goes from chip leader to out within an orbit. That's the way she goes, folks. Nice score for him nonetheless. €30,900. 4 players remain. And I believe we are going on a break for the guts of 10 minutes. We're going to come back, and Mosa is in pole position to take down this title. Christian with 15 bigs, Pistol Pete with 14, Alice with 11, but it is Mosa way out in the lead. 69% of all the chips in play, 90 big blinds. Don't go anywhere. This one ain't over yet. Lots more action to come. See you all in a few moments.
Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. And Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. It's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though. Close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry.
Vivian Saliba from Brazil, 888 poker pro. Gonna need to win a flip. I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream.
And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man. Well, queen high flop. Andrea now an 86% favorite to win this hand. Let's get a little turn sweat, a little 8 ball. That's not an 8. A jack and a jack only needed Saliba to send Andrea to the rail. No dice, Finton.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. 4 remaining. See a couple of comments coming in about that Jack's running into King's hand that he could flat or fold. Boom Shakalak says fold only against guys that are way too tight to 3-bet with worse. I mean, they didn't get this far through an entry field size of 3,250 odd players to just fold to a 3-bet with Jacks. With the short stacks, it does make it less appealing to shove, but it also makes it more appealing to 3-bet from the button with a wide range. I think it's a Jacks plus sort of a spot that you want to be jamming there. It's a pretty condensed range that can 4-bet rip, and it's an even more condensed range that can 3-bet call. See, when you weigh up all those options, if you want to call pre, by the way, you're going to be out of position, and you've got to be willing to make good calls on runouts with your Jacks. And if you're not willing to do that, you might as well just 4-bet rip it, folding out of the question. Alice shoving 11.4 bigs, and with Mosa with 87 bigs, is going to make a call here. Just standard enough stuff here, not much to talk about, although it is a big opportunity for Alice to double up to 24 bigs. And we've got Sippy on the rail as well, another King's Resort legend. Chiplead, 10-8-6 is the flop. This one could easily go as a chop, less likely now. A lot less likely now. The deuce rolls off. Six on the river, and they will chop it up. Bambolero wanted to see a 4-bet with the Jacks. You just don't want to 4-bet fold a hand like Jacks. Like, he's made it 6 bigs. If you had 50 bigs, I might agree. 40 and below, what do you want to make it? You want to make it 12? You want to make it 14 bigs and fold? I know we're never getting exploited by a light 5-bet jam, especially against this lineup, but I think the safest bet with the Jacks is just a 4-bet rip. Take down a pot of nearly 10 mil. Yes, it's a lot to risk, but we already seen that Mosa was capable of 3-betting light on the button. 30 big blinds or less, we just jam. I think getting around 45 big blind territory, if we are covered, you just probably don't want to be jamming. 40 is a lot, I do agree. I just don't know how you combat someone 3-betting you there. You're not going to fold. If you want to call, you're going to have to call down on some runouts. Alice with 11 bigs here with aces into small. Sorry, he's on the button. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. He's just going to shove for 12 bigs. Prefer to see a min raise off such a strong hand. And this is very scrappy between the 3 short stacks. He's going to show aces. That's where, if you're limping hands on the button, you can get away with a limp with aces. Look how close they are. 14, 14, and 13, all basically dead even in chips. And this is music to Mo Sal's ears. Does not want to double up one of these players, however, wants to keep this dynamic going and pounding on the blinds and antes. This should be his go-to strategy right now. Just look at those pay jumps. Wow. Bolero says, yeah, I fully agree with him talking about circumstances. It's the last 5, bro. Yeah. It also means he should be 3-betting higher on the button because of the dynamic and the short stacks there. I see what you're saying. If we had like 45 bigs or a little bit more, we could click it back. But you don't really want to be 4-bet folding jacks. Like, so then it just becomes a clear call. ECW King in the chat. What's up, ECW King? Nice to have you with us. Knew we'd see you at some stage. And Bolero says, I just call, but I'm a nit. Well, calling might be totally fine. $40 bigs is a nice stack there, especially when there's 3 shorties. I am inclined to agree with you. If I have a hand like 8s, 9s, or 10s, I'm going to call. Jacks, I think we can just shove. Calling is also totally fine as long as we're not folding. We just have to be willing to make good call downs on the right runouts. I did hear something about that ECW, but I cannot comment on that at this current time. 10, 7, 3, 2 spades is the flop. Blind v blind. Christian with 8, 6 of clubs. Pistol with 9, 4 of hearts. Christian with a good shot, straight draw. He's going to check it. And Christian checking a second time. I feel like this is a bit weak from Christian. I would like to see him c-bet on the flop. And if he didn't c-bet on the flop, to now continue on the turn. See, Pistol Pete getting away. With murder, winning the hand with just 9 high. And that's demoralizing if you've got 8-6 and you lose on the river to 9 high. It's a good example of fatigue setting in there, folks. I don't believe he would have missed out on a c-bet there, or sorry, a lead even. Any form of aggression on flop, turn or river. That was a really nice pick up there from the Queen 10 of diamonds, getting a hand stronger to fold the Queen Jack in the big. I don't know what they're meant to be calling off the three shorties who are essentially playing the same stack. So that's a nice jam from Mo. There's the awareness and the acknowledgement there to just rip. Granted, Mosa has had pretty much everything go his way, but he did battle hard and put himself in a position to get lucky, but he's impressed me. Hasn't put too many feet wrong at this final table. That is why you see him in the pole position to take down this title with 4 players remaining. And you see the average, still 32 big blinds, but not for the 3 shorties. It's not. Mosa can just start getting out that triangle. Mosa shoving with the Jack 10, and Christian can't call off with the Queen 8. Another one bites the dust there for Mosa. Fast approaching 100 big blinds. What a dream scenario to find yourself in. So much chips with 143 grand up top. Mosa with ace queen of diamonds. He's getting into that territory of his hand being too strong to simply rip, wants to raise call. And I like this, changing gears. Takes down another one. That's what I'm talking about. He keeps doing that. Pistol Pete giving a walk to Alice. You're not going to see too many walks at this late stage with 4 remaining. Pistol Pete didn't even fancy completing his option there with just the Jack 5 offsuit. Slightly better than the Robbie, but still not good enough for Pete. Christian with ace queen. Gonna shove this for 8.8 bigs. Pistol Pete with 12 bigs with ace-9 offsuit. Wow, he's going to call it. Thought we might see Pistol Pete fold there, but he feels like ace-9 is going to be good enough considering we are 4-handed now. And all Mosa has to do is fold. Christian in pole position to take 2/3 of Pistol Pete's chips. Here we go. 6-3-3 is the flop. Chance of a chop now. Turn is the 7 of hearts. The river is another 3, and Christian will take that one down. Pistol Pete going to be left with 4 bigs. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Pistol Pete going to put the last of his biscuits across the line. We do have an all in the call. Christian with the 5-4. Pistol set to double up. Queen 3 deuces, the flop 2 hearts. Pistol Pete putting in his last 4 bigs. Didn't think if he'd be called, he'd be dominating the big blind. Turn is the jack of diamonds, and Pistol Pete looking good for a healthy double up to almost 10 big blinds. And he does do just that. Sit back down, Pistol Pete. And if you know this guy from the past, he's a hard man to get rid of. He will keep fighting till the bitter end. Mosa could just keep shoving. Jack 10 off suit on the button. No need to be min raising this one. Just put it all in. King deuce suited for pistol. Lets it go. Chip in the chair says ECW. Moore wants the payouts. There you go, fella. Mosa min raising this one. Queen 5 suited. I honestly might just shove that again, guys. No one can call him too late. Min raising's fine. Balance your range, whatever. Maybe you want a little bit better of a queen to be shoving, but I think I'd just shove into 3 players with the Queen 5 suited. But I've always been a bit reckless. Reckless in life, reckless at the poker table, so might as well be reckless in the commentary booth. Christian, Queen 9 suited. I think that's a lovely hand to min raise. Or just straight up shove. Straight up shove because Pistol P has 7 bigs. Might be too light considering Pistol's going to shove on the button a decent amount, so perhaps we just have to let it go, and it's a great fold in the cutoff because he would be priced in. If he min raised, he'd have to call off Pete. As Jerry Fall says, sink a fair few pints and shove. Yeah, stick it in and think of Ireland, Jerry Fall. That's what I always say. Stick it in and think of Ireland. Pistol Pete does shove from the boot on. Pistol Pete. Ace-4 offsuit in the cutoff. He's going to have to shove this one. And Mosa probably calls this the small. He's gone for an ISO. Both players with the same hand. I actually think this is light enough for Mosa. He doesn't need to be taking too many of these risks. He can just keep pounding on their big blinds. He doesn't want to double up one of these players. So although Ace-4 going to be a fine hand to call the guts of 10 bigs from a cut-off shove, I actually think this is a bit too light. But he does have all the chips. 7-5 deuce. He is the big dog in the yard. Pistol Pete can win with runner club. Otherwise, this one is going to go to Splitsville. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Alice wants to shove this one. Jack 10 suited. Nice pick up there for the Jack 10 suited. Pistol Pete with the Queen 9. Wants to shove this one with 8 bigs. Nods his head. The nodding dog is all in, and this is going to get called. But it should be by pocket fives here in the big. It's one of those situations where you're going to be flipping the majority of the time, but you are going to be ahead the majority of the time. And occasionally you'll be dominating. Just becomes a necessary gamble here. What do you think about this one in the chat, folks? Some of you probably lean towards folding. I lean towards call. Looks like he is going to call. And he puts his money across the line. And off to the races we go. King, Queen, 8 is the flop. Pocket 5 is not looking so hot anymore. Turn is the ace of spades. Just a 5 and a 5 only. Otherwise, Alice will have 2.4 big blinds remaining. Oh my God, it's a 5. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. The 5 of spades rolling off, giving Alice a set and eliminating Pistol Pete. What a dirty beat for Pistol Pete. Wow, what an action-packed hand that was. Loses the flip in dramatic fashion. And that means 3 players remaining now. Always sad to see Pistol Pete go. He's been gaining traction a lot of Kings this year. And I'm sure he'll be back. That's a really solid score for him, taking home €38,600. That means 3 players remaining now, all guaranteed well over 50 G's, baby. 53,900 is the current payout. Now, Alice in the small. He's got 20 bigs now. Doesn't want to be folding. It looked like he was considered giving a walk, but the dynamic has changed now. They've got the pay jump, 3 remain, and Mosa, although he does have 95 big blinds, the effective stack is 20. So it is still pretty daunting to play a stack of Mosa's magnitude, but you've got to remember you only have 20 big blinds. Mosa getting the job done there, and it looks like these 3 players are going to go on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Mosa basically has 100 bigs now, Alice with 19 and Christian with 12. We're going to be back. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing. What a frame of poker that was. I will see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
That means you are dangerous. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
Might have a problem tomorrow.
You
Day 2 or
yeah. Oh,
I might have to
you are too good. You're too good. You have
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fine. I have to run all the way down there. Pop, pop, pop. Back here.
It's crazy. Straight first draw.
Full house. 8 of spades. What? Straight flush. Huh?
Seven of spades. Seven of spades, I say 7. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You have a straight? Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh oui, oh.
Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flush?
Non.
Fait mal la 4 flush.
Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le 7 de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Waouh.
I don't want to fly. I stay to see that this one is straight, I hope.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Your Virals game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and Jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling water,
Early.
please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound.
Welcome back, folks. Mosa going to shove on Christian. Christian, for all his tight play, a few times he missed some key spots, has found himself three-handed and has secured a butt ton of money. So he can't be too disappointed. Finds himself playing under 10 bigs as all the time. It's in the action emoji. It is lights, camera, action time. Indeed, all the time. And Mosa can just rip this again. Both of his players are sub 20 bigs. Just shoves. Christian with a pair, but it is a baby pair. I think he might need a slightly stronger pair than threes to call off here, but it is 7 bigs because the blinds have just gone up 600k, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. What pair would you be calling off it in the small blind facing a shove there, folks? Let us know in the chat. I'm dancing with pocket fives plus. Pocket fives is my final answer. Oh, pocket fours. Boom shakalaka says any two will do. I don't know if any two will do. You're basically always flipping, apart from some combos that contain a deuce or a three or a four. No pair, no draw says sixes. I think sixes is probably a bit too tight. Although, it's definitely sixes. Like, sixes can't be a fold. Not in the way, not in the how. But Christian is going to call it off here now with Jack six of hearts, which, if we're going to call it off with Jack six suited, I reckon we can call it off with the pocket threes. I don't hate his call here with Jack six suited. I just wanted it to be a little bit better. Musa is in great territory here to eliminate Christian in third place. Turn, giving both player trips, and that means it's going to be a chop pot. Oh my God, it's Queen. Queen on the river. I wasn't expecting to see that. I thought it was just going to be a chop, but Queen rolls off and has eliminated another player. And Mosa eliminates another one. Another one bites the dust. He finds himself heads up for the title. Lady of the night arriving on the river. These two are going to go heads up for the title. Fight it out for the small matter of €143,000. No break this time. We're going to keep things going. GG. Third place finisher. Taking home €53,900. That's the trophy they're playing for, folks. €77,500 locked up. And Mossad just needs to apply pressure and keep peppering him with the jab, as I always say. Doesn't want to double him up. Bird says, I guess he will overcome it after realizing that he won 54 G's in a 350 buy-in. That's the way to look at it, Bird. Well said, bud. It's 15 pigs here for Alice. And that's way too tight there. It wants to be completing on the button at the very least, or min raising majority of the time. Fatigue is setting in. Quaking Concurrent says, long days. You're still with us, Concurrent. Nice one. No pair, no draws. I think he could have played those jacks any different than an outright shove right there. Yeah, perhaps. Such a monster hand. And Mosa making a 2.6. Mosa with the ladies. It's going to be tough to beat this man tonight. He's got his opponent down at nearly 10 bigs. Getting close to that danger zone. Also 10-3 of spades, king 3 for the big blind, 10 jack 5 is the flop, 2 spades. Nice flop for Mo. Wouldn't you know it? As Bird says, what a run. Yeah, it's a fantastic run. Mo takes down another one. Got his opponent now under 10 BBs, and his opponent's about to post 2 of those BBs. Wow. He's got the ladies again. And they're talking to each other. And this is going to go all in and call. Guys, if Musa wins this hand, it is all over. GG. Is there to be another twist in the tail? Ace 5, 29% equity. And Musa with 71% equity. And all the momentum has been shifted in his direction. Here we go. It is King 9-7. This is good sportsmanship that he's not over at his rail. He's over beside his opponent. But he's looking at the big screen. Turn is a 6. Oh, wow. Additional equity now. 7 outs. Or Mo is going to be your champion. This could be the last card of the night. An ace or an 8. Oh my God, it's an ace. The ace of hearts rolls off. Incredible stuff. 22.4 million now. Alice Zeleny from the Czech Republic is playing. It is fair to say that the Romanian had to lose a pot sooner or later. I just didn't think it was going to be tonight. Seemed like it was a bit of a premature celebration. Perhaps he should have went over to his rail. He didn't seem to be losing any hands when he was over at his rail. You could plenty of time for sportsmanship later on, ECW. 90 bigs now playing 19, and if there is another double up for Alice Zeleny, we've got a real game on our hands. That'll put him up to around 40 bigs or so. It was up to the poker gods, and Musa has had like every all-in go his way, so things have to balance out sooner or later. I just didn't think it was going to be on that hand. So back to the heads-up battle we go. Mo with another big hand, ace-10 offsuit this time. Pair for both players. Second pair for the button, and Mo with top pair. And has this gone all in and call? Whoa. 46 million in this pot. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. It's all in and call. Seems like there is some frustration and eagerness to get this heads-up battle over with between both players. It is Mo who finds himself in a dominant position to take down this title. Three of spades rolls off on the turn. Oh, wow. The river is a 6. This is what I was talking about. If he gets a double up, we've got a real heads-up battle on our hands. It is now 38 big blinds paying Mo's 70. Runner, runner. Runner, runner straight is good enough to beat top pair, top kicker. Sick. Poker gods favoring the hometown hero. And that one's got to hurt Mo because it's GG there on 2 occasions. Strike 3 and he loses his chip lead and finds himself suddenly with 30 bigs or so. This really is turning into a wild night. ECW says this could be a 2-hour heads up. It easily could be. It's not our first rodeo. We are ready for all situations. Mo Ben 1.2 million on the king, 5-3-2 hard flop. 7-3 gonna call with bottom pair. Turns to 9 of clubs. Faint wants to know are deals allowed. Officially, no deals allowed at kings. I don't think he would have been willing to do much of a deal considering he had so much chips. Maybe if they get even Stevens, they can go for a wander and discuss each other's futures. Mo still does have the guts of a 2-1 chip lead. And does he want to fire here a second time? It looks like he's strongly considering it. Yeah, a bit about 4 million here. Really putting maximum pressure on a 5 or a 3. It'd be very hard for a 5 or a 3 to continue. Well, it's 3x in here on the button. Jack 7 off suit. And Mo just wants to be calling this one the majority of the time. Occasionally, you could turn it into a 3 bet, but maybe not for a full 3x size from the button. Definitely just want to call. Does call. Queen 9-8 is the flop, 2 hearts. Big blind has the best of it. Checks over. Well, that's good. Delay C bet. Check back. Does check back, and the turn is a king of diamonds. Once the turn goes, check, check also. The river coming to 10 of clubs, giving the straight to the button. Looks like he's going for about a pot-sized bet. 8 million. Breaks down another pot, playing close to 50 million now. Seven, 6, 4 is the flop rainbow. Mo with the best of it. Checks back. His pair of 4s turn is the deuce of hearts. Gives Alice a pair of deuces. Wow, really nice river. 7.6 million in the pot. And if I'm betting as the big blind, I'm going for about full pot here. Make it look like I've got a 5 or a busted flush draw, something around that area. About 7 million goes for 6. And this could easily get called now. I don't know if he makes this bet with a 6 or a 7. Perhaps he does make it this sizing with a 7. But he is going to have a lot of missed draws and wins another pot. And now he's playing 56 million. Game on. Mo with 73 mil. Guys, this only about 10 bigs between the two now. Maybe a bit more, but you catch my drift. Ace Queen, monster on the button. It's for a full 3x again. For fair and min raise from the button, or even 2.2, 2.3, 2.5x if you want. But the full 3x is going to price out a lot of hands that you want to call in the big, so you can see a flop. Nine seven offsuit for Mo. And let's do the best of it here. Bottom pair. Got a 1.2 mil in the call. Turn is the 4 of spades. That's going to go check, check quickly. And the river, quack, 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 quack. Gonna bet again. Nearly pot. I might have considered going for a check raise there just to get value from a busted draw. Also, our opponent might bet with a 10 or a jack and then get very suspect on what you're meant to be raising with when you're just repping a deuce. Eight six is now going to the NBC. He folded this earlier, which I don't really understand, but hey, the dynamic is very different now. Mosat with 55 bigs. Alice with 50. Incredible. You can have everything go your way, and then it can suddenly just become a shit show. Mosat losing a lot of small pots, but they all add up. Lost 2 all-ins, of course. Raising to 4.2. Flops top pair. Problem is his opponent has diddly squat. Nout. The bet 3 mil. That's the end of that. Looks like they say they want to go on a 5-minute break after this hand, perhaps for a cigarette. Up here now, draws his heads up, started at about a 10-1 advantage. I think that's pretty much spot on. Swings and roundabouts. All raised to 2.6, and Alice going to call with King Deuce of Spades. Ace 6-4 is the flop, all clubs. Mo will take that one down. I believe we are going on a break for about 7 minutes now, folks. This heads-up battle has got very interesting all of a sudden. They're basically even Stevens. I will see you all in just a few moments. You don't want to miss the conclusion of this. Wolf Millionaire could go on for some time yet. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Have to throw chips in the middle.
She knows.
She knows, aye.
She knows what she's up against. But what I always say about these heads-up battles, one double up and it changes things drastically. Suddenly you're looking at 8 million playing around 10-ish. So he's 14, so we'll be getting close to even chips.
This is the thing, Dan. A lot can change at that point.
300.
7 doesn't change much. Bird says that it's that she should be calling with the 8s. It did seem like she folded very quickly.
Yeah, didn't give it much deliberation. I agree, Bird. You know, there's a couple of things that she could have stopped and thought about there. You know, as I said, Omar is going to be leading that turn there pretty aggressively, especially with hands like that where it's a mandatory bet, given he unblocks hearts as well. So would have liked to see her think about it a little bit longer, yeah.
And look at this, they both flop flushes.
Wow. And heads up, Dan, I think this is a pretty unique situation here, so we'll see how this pans out.
I think it's just a call though for Diana. Doesn't want to bloat the pot. Turn is the 10 of hearts.
There's one thing I will say about this stand, that, you know, Omar is going to be more than aggressive with, like, you know, just the naked queen of clubs here, even the naked 10 of clubs, I would think, because 10x wouldn't have that much showdown value here. So if he has the ace of clubs, it's going to be very, very similar. He's going to find the bet line in these kind of monotone textures as well. So I would not be surprised if Diana ends up calling this down, but he's really putting the foot to the pedal here with the queen 8 of clubs.
I was about to say he's betting 1 million. I would like to see him bet around 1 million. He's gone for that exact amount. It really does set up a nice river jam.
It's quite polar indeed, mate, and that's why I'm thinking if he has the queen of clubs or the ace of clubs here, he's going to pick the exact same size. And so again, Omar just can't do any wrong here, man. He's just targeting that range. Of course, it's very unlucky for Diana to pick up a flush as well, or to have a flush heads up, especially when you have 3 clubs in your hand already. It's going to be very unlikely that he has any of them. But yeah, it's going to be a tough spot on the river here for Diana. I have to imagine as well, when from Omar's perspective, when he check calls twice, or when he faces the check call twice from Diana, that she's going to have 2 pairs and potentially lower flushes. So this is obviously going in the middle, Dan.
Well, Bird just says if she finds a fold, it will be the biggest PLO heads-up fold ever.
This is it. This is the problem. And Omar will find bluffs here, guys. Omar is more than aggressive and more than smart enough, more than good enough, and there it goes.
That is enough to put her all in. You got a feel for her here. Not much she can do.
Wow, that's
she does call it off, and that is it. Omar coming, yo. He has just defeated this entire table. Is now the World Series of Poker Europe PLO €550 buy-in champion.
This was fast.
All right, lads and lassies, we're back for more action at the Wolf Millionaire heads-up battle. Blinds are the same. Both players, it's about 60-40 in Mo's favour coming back. I said it was nearly even Stevens. A little bit off on that one. Rest was 20 big blinds separating the two. Still a massive difference then going into this heads-up battle. A 10-1 favourite. Nearly 10 million in the pot on the Jack 9-3 board. Mo still with the best of it. I think his go-to play is to check back the turn. Sometimes I like betting a second time here. We can get paid by a draw again, and we can get some value from some under pairs. Ace highs maybe. There's merit to betting a second time, and then you get to check back the river. Unless you're a pure sicko, going for three streets of value with an under pair on the board, or an under pair to the board. Trees on the button. 3xing. And all the time says, wow. I'm not entirely certain why. Jack 7 of hearts going to complete their option, and Mo is going to check his 9 deuce off suit. King Queen 6 is the flop. Both playing over 60 mil, over 50 big blinds apiece. All the time, so I thought he was going with that hand after the raise, but I was wrong. Ah, okay, I just wasn't sure. Jack 7 taking that one down. Wow. It's a coin flip, folks. 51% against 49. 55 bigs playing 53. Seatbelts and airbags for this one. No more coffee for me tonight, but feel free to go. Get out a flask. You might need it. This one could go on for quite some time yet. They're battling for so much money. And now it feels like all the momentum going against Mo and to Alice. So this is becoming a very exciting battle. We're raising to 2.6 with Queen 8 off suit and 4-3 of diamonds. Gonna see a flop. Seven of diamonds rolling off with 10 million in the pot, and Mo still going to continue here on the King 9-3-7. A flush draw on a pair, the 4-3 of diamonds. You see a river for that price, surely. 5.5 million is the bet. This pot suddenly bloating past 20 million as we see the river. The river is another 7. It's not a great card for Mo to continue on because it pairs the board. Surely knows he can't win with Queen High having bet the flop and betting turn. He's going to bet, wants to bet about 14 million, something around that area. Goes for 14 and a half. And I love this from Mo. Now, if we're in the big blind, we beat some draws here, and it's unlikely that Mo has a 9. He pretty much never has a 7. We unblock our opponent having all those missed draws. We could see a hero. Is it time to put on the cape? It would be a fantastic call. He does let it go. And that will feel good to Mo. He's regained the chip lead. He's got the momentum. Puts a little bit of distance between him and his opponent. That's a big pot. Putting his balls out on the table, going for the triple barrel. It's one thing to triple barrel bluff during a tournament. It's another to do it in that big of a pot in a heads-up battle when all the lights, the camera, and the action are on you. If I was wearing a cap, I would tip it to him. Pocket fives on the button, and we could have big pot here. Certainly want to be 3-betting this from the big blind. And you want to be making it pretty big. You want to make it at least 10 million here. Well, 4x, that's a very, very small 3-bet. 4.8. Oh, I didn't realize that he had limped with his fives. Apologies. Actually, I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody. I'm out with an injury, yeah. Surprised no one asked me about Conor McGregor today. King 9-6 is the flop. Amu says I need more coffee. Yeah, I do, yeah. The energy is lagging since the last hour or so. I'm like a junkie. I'm going to get withdrawals from caffeine soon. We're not going to change my name to Sleepy Man Dan from Current. That's not happening. We were on about giving me a new nickname earlier. That won't be it anyway. Nice turn card here with 16.2 million in the pot. And yeah, we want to bet about 2/3 pot here. About 12 mil sounds good to me. 12.6. He does win another pot. And that's the big turn card. You could have seen a larger pot there. Had the fives min raised and got 3-bet. We might have seen a jam. Does seem like a lot of bigs for this amount of money. Both players with the same hand. Alice going to bet 2.7 million on 10-7-3, 2 spade flop. So we do see you betting the call. Turn is going to go check, check, and the river is the Queen of Hearts. Both players will just be hoping to get the showdown at this point. And they will chop it up. Mo raising with the King Three of Clubs. We're going to see a flop. Alice going to defend at 9-7 off suit. Current says Coffee Band Dan is also possible. Perhaps. We didn't have the good coffee today, Concurrent. We had the cheap stuff. The real cheap instant crap. Nine deuce of hearts. King Tree taking that one down. Previous hand, by the way. Mo finding himself with another pair. He's had a lot of pairs today. He just couldn't get past the finish line. Now he's in a grueling heads-up battle for the ages. Triple says instant coffee. Well, I don't have a whole lot of time to be brewing stuff. I do have some really nice beans downstairs, actually. Like a hazelnut and chocolate flavor. I also try to drink coffee during the day without too much milk. I found the good instant stuff, but yeah, I know it's not good. No bueno. I'm not a true coffee lover if I'm drinking instant. I'm aware. I'll try to do better next time. Oh, taking another one down, this time with pocket 8. Now has over 2-1 chip lead. Of course, it's understandable. Didn't hear you commentate for a while, so money must run out at some point. Some things are out of my control, Concurrent. It is the summer. I have a whole life, you know, outside of this. Believe it or not. You can still expect me every Monday, or most Mondays. Sundays are just a bit off the table currently. Mo is going to 3-bet here to 9.2 million. Quick and Concurrent saying no worries, already sending an email to Kings that you should get a hotel all inclusive. I got you, my boy, my man. And I feel like Queen Jack should be completing there on the button in position. DJ Triple says at least every FT Monday. We do like the final tables, DJ Triple. Well, it's spreading 3.5 million here with the ace deuce offsuit on the Queen Jack 9 flop. And Mo does have a good shot straight draw, but this looks pretty strong from the ace deuce, and the ace deuce is going to get this one through with 2 spades out there. Mo will not want to see a turn with just a good shot straight draw. Understandable. Nice play there from the ace deuce. Concurrent says, I believe the mail address they asked me to send this starts with spam. Oh. It's okay, Concurrent. You can just send a medal in the post. And some merch. A Sunday hoodie that I can wear on a Monday. Mo raising to 2.6 mil with King 4 off suit, and the Jack is going to call for an additional 1.4. Ace 9-8 is the flop. Concurrence sounds amazing. Will ask. Also need new instant coffee. Yeah, I like the lore. It's called rich, intense, and aromatic. I am currently None of the above. Maybe I'm still intense, actually. Sometimes. And you can see now the blinds are up. 800k is the small blind. 1.6 million is the big blind with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. Concurrent says I can also drink dishwasher, almost the same. I need the caffeine hit, you see. I don't know if I'll get that off dishwasher. Dishwater even. Dishwasher water, okay. Really put me through a few tongue twisters in this late hour. Actually, I know what I'm going to do when I'm finished here. I'm going to get the new episode of The Dragons, the Game of Thrones spin-off. House of Dragons, there it is. Then I'll watch my Kill Tony that goes live at 2 a.m. Best comedy show on the planet. Ace Queen 5 is the flop, and Mo at the 10-8. Second pair for the big blind. And Mo's going to bet 8.5 million here. This is going to be a tough call for Zeleny, but I'd be calling a second time here, considering we've got second pair against an aggressive opponent, but we blocked straight, which is very important. We block King 10. And that's really strong play by Mo. And he's now finding himself with 100 million chips once more. 100 million. And I think Alice Zeleny knows it. Should have called there a second time, or feels like he's getting a bit ran over, and it's very understandable. DJ Triple says the best Sunday hoodies to wear Mondays have to print any given Monday. The pick of ace 8 suit. Yes. Current says, okay, never mind. This is going to be a short night. You don't know that yet. Heads up battles are so swingy and volatile. Mo raising with 3 deuce offsuit, really applying maximum pressure now to the big blind, who finds himself up 20 bigs, 14 behind here as he calls the 2. King Jack 7, 2 spades. It's the flop. Alice at the best of it, but again, not a great flop for his hand, even if he does have a pair. He's definitely the more passive of the 2 remaining players. Mo has found his momentum once again. And this is going to be really frustrating for Zeleny because he got it back to even from being a 10-1 deficit. And now it's like it's all been for nothing. 67 bigs. Plays 15. YV says, for me, Queen 10, I push all in on the turn. I think you could call again on the turn. I don't know if you want to be shoving all in on the turn. Zeleny's ranges are just a bit all over the place. He's too passive in some spots, and he's not 3-betting enough from the big blind. Also, he's limping too much on the button where he wants to keep pounding, and when he is opening, he's opening with really strong hands to full 3x, and that's pricing out the big blind. Eleven bigs now for the Jack 8. He could complete here or just shove. I wouldn't mind shoving. Does decide to complete his option, and Mo with 7-4 offsuit. Jack 8 betting 2 mil. Mo raising to 7 million here with his top pair. Ready to play for it all. And nothing going Alice's way. Now we see 70 bigs playing under 10. Pretty much right back where he started. He's got about a 10-1 chip lead once again. He really maintained his composure. He started to lose his head a bit. He lost 2 all-ins, remember that, and still rebounded, stayed composed, stayed focused, realized he was in championship rounds, wasn't just running over to his rail. Now finds himself in pole position to take down this title once again. His opponent looking dejected, defeated, not even looking over, just folded and looking into space. And yeah, that's going to be a shove. And Mo's going to call, and this could be it. Round 3 for Mo to take down this title. And it's nearly a coin flip situation. 44% equity for the 10-9. Mo with the ace-7. Jack, 8 is the flop. Open out for the button. Mo's still ahead, but look how many outs he has to dodge, and there's one of them that hits. The lady, black lady on the turn. And spin and win. He's now playing 16 bigs against 64. 3 strikes, and he still can't get Zeleny out of here. Talking to him. Mo still has 4-1 chip lead. And he says, "Oh, crazy, man." All the time says that's poker, folks. He's all in, Vince. That actually reminds me, I'll have to go catch up with a series of poker from Vegas. You have to even purchase some Poker Go. R.I.P. Mike Sexton, indeed, yes. Legend. I see Bruce Buffer made the final table of the 50k high roller. Bruce Buffer, my absolute hero. Current predicts 2 more hours. Sure, isn't it great? We all get to be here like one big happy family. I actually want to give a massive thanks to everyone who tuned in today, all the new faces and the regulars, of course. You guys have been awesome. We actually discussed hands all day. Very happy with how much communication and interaction was happening, discussing hands between yourselves in the chat and asking me all the right questions. Makes my job a lot easier, sometimes more exciting. Bird says, folks, I have to leave, must go to bed. Yeah, big shout out to Bird and all the other moderators at the back post, making my job a lot easier between the regulars, the new faces and names in the chat, and the moderators. It's been a wonderful day. It ain't over yet. Ace Jack of spades here, 14 bigs. Just want to raise call this one all day. And you see he's sized down slightly here. He was going for the full 3x, using a 2.5x sizing with a monster. Mo can just call here for 2.4 with the 10-7 offsuit. But he knows that his opponent is very strong here. He sensed it. I think that could have something got to do with choosing a smaller sizing. It's going to be pretty much mandatory to defend there with 10-7 offsuit off these stacks. But somehow knows his opponent is stronger than normal and lets it go. J Triple says, I should go to bed since I'm getting married tomorrow. I don't know if that's fake news or you're telling the truth. I could never know. But if you're telling the truth, that just makes you tuning in tonight even more awesome. You can write that on the ring. Who wants to sleep while watching an FT? J Triple said it's the truth. Well, you know what? If it is, I hope you have an awesome time. And thanks for sharing. And thanks for tuning in. Jack 5 deuce is the flop here, and Mo with 4-3 of clubs. Open-ended. And apply the pressure. And of course, massive congrats in advance. Mo takes down another one. Scott Seleni now back down to 13 bigs. And if you enjoyed today's stream, which is now over 10 hours, remember, it's the King's 21st birthday party this week. If you're anywhere near the resort, you gotta go check it out. I predict a riot. I would say the place will be wedged out the door. Crowds upon crowds. And Mo gets a walk. Mo with the 8-5 offsuit. He said, Triple says, you know what the world's smallest handcuffs are? Wedding rings. They're calling all in while knowing to be drawn. Some say it's a way of making you unhappy forever. Yeah, don't play poker on the honeymoon. I mean, if you're tuning in to me, just like I have to listen to Action Man Dan and say hello to the chat. Say hello to my little friend. And fair enough, but as long as it's only for a moment, embrace the day, as they say. And Zeleny Queen 9 offsuit. Goes for the min raise. Mo King Deuce offsuit. Could see a flop here. Sometimes we might just rejam And see, Zeleny has changed the sizing now just to a min raise. It's gone from 3x to 2.5x to just a min. He is going to call. King 6-3 is the flop. Mo checks. Goes check, check. And turn is the 6 of clubs. And Mo checked it again. And now the delayed C bet. Zeleny. And Mo gonna call. Back and pot ratio, little over 1-to-1, 18 million remaining. Oh wow. An ace rolls off, and this might be a card that Zeleny decides to move all in with. Wow. And guys, if Mo can figure this one out and call, it's going to be GG. 32.4 million out there. It is 18 million to call. He's not getting the greatest of odds to call here. How often does he think his opponent overbet jams on this river with an ace? Checks flop, bets turn, jams river, overbet, jamming the river. If he can find a call here, it is all over. He lost 3 all-ins in a row. I can't see how Zeleny looks. Does that look like a man who is bluffing to you? It's easy when we can see the cards. It's Mo that has to figure this one out. This is going to be some confidence boost if he can get this one through. If I had to give my 2 cents, I feel like Mo is too high up in his range to fold. And he does call. And that is GG. It's all over. Alice Zeleny coming up short, but should be thrilled, taking home a whopper amount of cash. But there is your winner. He came back from the brink all the way up to over 100 million and then lost all in after all in. Regrouped nicely and is a very worthy champion. He is your Wolf. I can't do a howling sound right now, but I'm sure you can all howl from home. Congrats to Mosa, taking home €143,500. He is your Wolf Millionaire champion. Thanks to everyone once again. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.